Thank you. Hi, friends. Hello. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Let's have a cup of coffee. Another cup of coffee really quick. Hi, guys. Hello. Happy Saturday. Let's, yeah, that's the one that says squirrel. Yeah, it is the one that, yeah, it's the one that says squirrel. Hello, friends. Hello. Let me have another sip here really quickly. That one just got reheated, so it is a little warm. Hi, guys. Happy Saturday. Happy 2025. How are we? How are we today? We've got some folks here. We'll wait. Well, not wait, because we're just going to start, but we'll kind of get going and then others will join us. Hello. Happy Saturday. Happy first listing Saturday of 2025. Happy 2025. Happy snow. It is dumping at my house. It's dumping. We have a lot of snow. It really hasn't snowed for us here in the valley all season. We're kind of on the benches. So in mountain terms, you have the mountains, then you have the valley, but the benches kind of sit right at the mountains. Kind of like this, like a bench, right? That mountain, the bench, we sit right here. Anyhow, the mountains have had good amount of snow. Okay, I guess. But we've just been right at the level where we really haven't had any snow to speak of. It's been raining. It's rained, kind of all fall. We had a little skiff of snow on Christmas morning, which was nice to wake up to. But this morning, yeah, maybe like 5 or 6 inches so far. So it's just kind of a good spot to be inside on a Saturday and being creative. So hello. If we've not met before, hello, nice to meet you. My name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. Usually on Saturdays when I'm not traveling, every once in a while we sprinkle in a weeknight, but usually on Saturdays when I'm not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel and we're doing what I like to call creative listing. So I hope I got lipstick off my teeth before I started. I guess we'll find out, won't we? I gotta take care of that. All right, I think I already did, but I don't want to do this with lipstick on my teeth, right? Anyhow, when I'm not traveling, we're here listing on Saturdays and we have fun. We are making lists, but we're making creative lists. So usually a couple days before we start, so usually on Thursdays, I will publish a handful of listing topics and we get together and I list. Some of you list with me, some of you are just hanging out, you're working, you're playing, you are cleaning your craft room, you are doing chores, you're studying, whatever it may be, you're cooking, cleaning. But that's what I am doing here. And as we are listing, we're kind of storytelling. We are documenting. We are making mini time capsules, if you will. But we're telling a story in a really, I think, unique way, an approachable way. Approachable is key, right? You don't have to be Ernest Hemingway to do this. You're just making a list. And pretty much everyone has made a list in the past, right? You've made a grocery list or a to-do list or a shopping list, a Christmas list, whatever it is. So that is what we're doing here. And if we haven't met before, welcome. In the description box of the video down below, you will find quite a few links. The first one that you will see will be a link to today's listing topics. You will also see a link, not long after that, to the products that I am using in this video, in these projects. And all those projects or products you will find in that link, the what I'm using link on my website. So that is the best way if you are looking to see what I'm using, where you can find it, and maybe different ideas to use with the products once you buy them. That is a great place to start. But predominantly what I'm using on Saturdays, what I have selling on my website. And it's just kind of the everyday product that I sell from other manufacturers. Later this month, we'll start working in a little bit, not 100%, probably 1 to 2 lists a month. We'll be working in the brand new season pass, the winter spring season pass kit that I launched. So always be a good mix of just lots of different products, and you can find those in that what I'm using link in the description box of the video. So hello. If you're watching live, welcome to you. Always fun to have you here live with me. If you are watching the replay, welcome to you as well, because I know Saturdays are rough, right? Saturdays are rough. Hang tight. I just realized I forgot to clean my glasses before we started. So yes, I know Saturdays are tough for some of us. For some of you, that is where you are getting life done, right? Outside of the week. So I'd love to have you, whether it's live or whether it's Memorex replay. welcome. I will I apparently clear my throat first and then look at the chat really quickly, and then we will dive right in. I hope you had a wonderful New Year's, wonderful holiday. If not, you're very excited that it's a new year, right? There's something that a new year brings, and it's so funny because it's really just another day. There's really no difference between December 31st and January 1st, right? But in our society, it's just like can be a fresh start. So if that's how you view a new year, then happy fresh start to you. All right, let's see who's here. Hello, Kelly's Creative Dreams, Heather Graham. Hi, Shannon. So this is interesting. Shannon said she organized all of her traveler's notebook stuff into a cart yesterday. Hopefully she will start creating now. So I noticed someone earlier, maybe within the last week, Jessie, I think it was Jessie Brown, posted in the Lail by Mail Facebook group that she had kind of organized all of her listing things that she likes to use when she's creative listing into a cart. And I said, oh my gosh, how exciting. I have my very own cart now. Not really my very own cart, but that was really neat. So I saw lots of you commenting on that in the Facebook group, and I love that you are looking at different ways how to make your time that you spend crafting maybe a little bit more productive by getting your things grouped together. And that could be for whether you're listing with us, that could be whether you're a card maker, that could be whether you're a scrapbooker, a knitter, whatever hobby it is that you have. I think that having the things that you reach for most often right there at hand make it just a little bit more doable, right? A little bit more doable, especially if you're tight on time. If you don't have a lot of time, if your things are right there ready for you to go, it just makes it a little bit more easy sometimes. So I love that you're doing that, Shannon. Hello, my abiding journal. She said, good morning, everyone. I haven't had the chance to participate in a live forever, but excited to journal with you all and excited to have you here again, my abiding journal. Hello, Elizabeth Stas and Kathy from Southern California. Hello, Sarah. Yes, thank you, Sarah, for the reminder. Thumbs up. If you are watching, whether it's live or the replay, thumbs up. That is the easiest way that you can support any kind of content creator on any kind of platform that you're following. So just thumbs up is super helpful. In fact, that is how lots of people find us because the algorithm likes that. The silly algorithm that we all fight with as content creators. But the algorithm sees interactions and likes and comments and things like that. And then that helps it so other people can find us. So we want to continue growing our group. Hello, Karen Beal. Denise, good morning. Good morning. Carol K from Canada. Carol K from Canada. Good morning, Carol K from Canada. Hello, mostly Mandy. Mandy, also from Canada. It's been a little while, I think, Mandy. Yeah. Hi, Tracy. Good morning from super chilly Iowa, she said. Hi, Amy. Oh, good. Amy's here with us. My dear friend, the Robin to my Batman. Amy is here, and Amy does a ton of work with me behind the scenes. And today she will be here as I'm using products. She will be popping links in the description box, or excuse me, links in the chat. So if I use something and you're like, ooh, what's that? She's going to be very helpful and put those right in the chat for us. Always fun to have Amy joining in. Amy and I breathed a huge sigh of relief, actually twice this week. It's a funny story I'll tell you as we get going. Kelly's Creative Dreams, she says she's under a winter storm warning, should move in about 4. All the prep done so you can enjoy class. Perfect. Be safe, right? Denise is ready to start a new year of listing. I am. I don't know about you guys, but I sure am. This is always a very fun time of year for me. Well, I always love doing our listing, but as we're wrapping up a year and then starting a new year, we always have some great lists to kind of wind things down and ramp things up into the new year. So it's just always a fun time to do that. Sounds like lots of you are looking forward to it. I love it. Let's see. Just want to keep saying hello to everyone. Hi, Heather. Good morning. Nancy R. Good morning. Becky from Frigid, Minnesota. Hi, Mindy. Linda Vicina. Hello. Hi, Trisha. Tammy. I always say I'm like romper room here where, I'm looking in my magic mirror. Tony, lurker here, but your top is adorable. Oh, Tony, thank you. Thanks for coming out of the woodwork. I think it's Loft maybe from last year. It kind of has, I don't know, kind of thought it was a little New Year's festivity. Hi, Tabitha. Nice to see you. Hello, Karen. Hello. Martine, our friend from the Netherlands, is hanging out with us. Hello, Martine. Justine, good morning. Expecting ice and snow in Kansas. Ooh, the ice. Ooh. The ice is dangerous, right? I mean, it can all be dangerous. Hello, Bella Stella. Good morning. Good morning, Deborah. She is headed to yoga, then going to dinner and to see Wicked on stage with your son. Deborah, have the best day. That sounds like such an amazing day all around. All around. Marilee, you hurt your back. Take it easy. Take it easy. That's a good excuse to lay on the couch, right? Or sit on the couch or whatever you can do on the couch or bed to help your back. Hope it gets better soon. -10 where Carol is. Oh my goodness. Stay warm. Don't go outside. Sorry, I've got like a little, not sick. It's just like a little frog joining us today. Cherie said she is painting the paneling on the craft studio. Propped y'all up to listen. I love that. Isn't that fun though? Sometimes just to have like just somebody in the background. It's like your best friend. I'm not saying I'm your best friend, but it's like having your best friend with you. Probably the reason I said that is oftentimes, especially if Nick's traveling, I'll put Vicky on in the background because she's my best friend. But it's kind of fun to just have somebody feels like your friend is there with you and you're not by yourself, right? All right. Hello to you. Nice to see you. It's been a while, huh? So fun. I love it, you guys. Some people come out of the woodwork at the beginning of a new year, right? I will let you know I am currently working on a free class that I hope to have out at some point next week, which would be the week of January 6th. And that class is kind of very pertinent for the start of a new year, as I know there are a number of you that have been with me for a while and you've never quite figured out how you want to start listing or how to do it. And so you've been very trepidatious and you've bought all the things and you're just ready to go, but you don't know how to start. So that free class will hold your hand and lead you through how I will recommend that you start some ideas, listing ideas to get started, and then a couple of different handouts that I have used in different in-person classes throughout the last couple of years to kind of help you kickstart that journey. So watch for that. Watch for that. Hello, Mary. Mary, not Mary. Marie. Hi, Marie. Nice to see you. I don't know why I keep doing this with my hands. I talk with my hands, but hi, it's like I'm washing my hands or lotioning my hands. Hi, Tammy. Tammy's very looking forward to getting the season pass. Yes, we did our first class with the season pass earlier this week, which was a lot of fun. Hello, Debbie. Hi, Jackie, Stephanie, Jennifer, Cheryl. Gosh, sorry, guys. Armida is just hanging out listening today. Good morning, Carol. Denise. Yes, so you know what, and that number keeps climbing. Denise is looking, Denise, the numbers are moving. The numbers are moving for the thumbs up. So yeah, a couple of you are very good about making sure everybody gives our thumbs up. So let's do it. All right, Mandy, you went back to school at 46, so you've been busy. Good for you. Congratulations. I love that for you. That's very exciting. That is very exciting. Good morning, Gerda. Lisa, good morning. Gosh, you guys just keep coming on. So you keep coming on. All right. Tammy said, speaking of Canada, she just saw that Vicky is, partnering up with 49 Market. So if you missed that announcement last month, very exciting announcement. There's some fun things coming. There's some fun things she's got coming. Hello, Terry. Hello, Jill. Jill said she loved my December daily walkthrough video. Thank you, Jill. Yeah, that's always a labor of love. I have to be honest with you. When I have finished the last page and I've recorded that last flip through video, it is like, whew, I am ready to put it away. It is probably the most intense thing that I do every year because I do it every single day, the 1st to the 25th. And I not only do it, but I blog about it. I take the photos, social media about it. It's just a lot. I love it. But when December is over, I am ready for it to be over. All right, friends, there's still lots and lots and lots of you popping in and saying hello. So I'm just going to say hello, one general hello, and we'll go ahead and get going because we could spend the next probably hour and a half here chatting and saying hello. And there's really nothing wrong with that. I enjoy that. I know a lot of you enjoy that too, but I know a lot of you were like, you know what, would you just zzz and start working? So, I mean, really, I don't care, but I do know we do want to get working. So when I say I don't care, you know what I mean. All right. And then looks like Nick is hanging out from the other room. Nick is hoping to ski today, but a lot of snow. So we can see kind of from our backyard, one of the main roads up high on the mountain where you kind of go up to one of the ski resorts and gridlock. No cars are moving, so he kind of has a great vantage view to see when that's all going. All right, friends. So here. What did I miss that was cool about TU? Trying to prep your aquarium. I don't know what that is. An axle, that's a fish, I'm assuming, right? And it sounds like that's a cool thing. I don't know, but that's cool. Awesome. Okay, friends. So let's just talk about a couple of housekeeping items before we get rolling. When we are together every week, I always like to do prizes. And if you've missed maybe the last couple of months of 2024, I've kind of switched the way I do things out of a little bit. I've always done at least 2 prizes. But now we are doing a live prize during the listing session. And then I also continue to do an after party prize. So that is for anyone that can't watch, or really even if you did watch live, that way anyone can participate in the prizes. So we'll do 2 prizes today, a live prize, which takes place in the chat. We'll talk about that as we get there. And then the after party prize. Before we start our new session, so before we started this morning, I went back to last week's video and went through the comments, and I just literally stop where my finger stops, random winner to win a prize. And the random winner from last week's video is Jennifer Eldridge 8603. So Jennifer, congratulations. Jennifer won one of the all the things stamp sets. So I used that last week, and you will see me use that again today. So congratulations, Jennifer, and stay tuned for prizes for this session. All right, next thing, our listing schedule. So if you missed that, that is always on the bottom of the emails that go out. I have not yet pinned it to the Facebook group because my February just totally blew up. I mean, and not in a bad way. I knew I had one trip planned, another one that had fallen through, came back to like a phoenix rising from the ashes, and then I don't know. Somehow I have 3 trips. I'm home 10 days in February, 10 days out of 18. The good news for me, none of that is work, which is very exciting. So that doesn't mean that I won't be working while I'm gone, but it's not a business trip, not teaching or anything like that. So I need to completely redo the schedule for February. So let's just talk about January. We are listing the 4th, which is today, calendar on the wall, the 4th, the 11th, the 18th. All right. So we're listing 4th, 11th, 18th of January. So the next 3 weeks in a row, including this week. So we have lots of fun listing things planned. I actually have all the lists planned out, I think for the next month. So I've been doing lots of planning on my end. We'll talk about that when we get there. So I'm going to do this. Let's go ahead and there's some things starting to ship. And we'll talk about another big one that is shipping in the next couple of weeks, and new stamps and things like that. So let's go ahead and flip the camera, turn off the lights, move the lights, all that, and we'll get started. Okay, let's do it. Tammy, great question. Oh, speaking of Vicky Booten, hello, Miss Vicky. Your ears must have been ringing, my dear. Oh my gosh, Vicky and I had like a 2.5 hour call. I mean, it wasn't a call. We were just on the phone together. It was a call, but it wasn't like a business call. 2.5 hour phone call. Was that yesterday? Oh my gosh, it was good. Sometimes you just need to catch up with your bestie, and that was wonderful for that. That was great. So hi, Miss Vicky. You like my top. Thank you. It's kind of sparkly. It has little, I don't know, gems on it. I don't know what those are, rhinestones or, Let's see. Tammy, you said question, where on the website can we see where you are teaching throughout the year? Great question, Tammy. At laelbymail.com, there is right up at the top, one of the menu items up at the top says coming soon. That will tell you what products are coming soon, what projects are coming soon, and then where I'll be teaching this year. All right, friends. So, oh yes, let's plug in. I'm channeling my inner Colleen right now. She would remind me of that, right? Let's go ahead and plug in. Let's get this. Oh, there you are, Colleen. Thank you. And I love it. Colleen is always the one who's always, always, I just read Nick's comment. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Colleen is the one who is always reminding me faithfully to plug in my phone, which is what I used to record from. So thank you. This is what made me laugh. Nick's comment, Nick is my husband, if you have not met Nick. He said they call it a call, but it's mostly talking loud to each other. Yeah. Nick's car was at the shop, and so during the call, I drove down and picked him up, and then he was in the car on the way home, and he's just funny. All right. So let's take a look at our lists from last week. And along with this, I'm going to share a little story. A little story about my guardian angel. You guys have heard me before. This is a squirrel moment, so we're going. You guys have heard me before talk about Lily. Lily is one of the amazing ladies that works for me. She was actually our nanny for 15 years. She worked for our family from when I went back to work when our oldest was 3 months old until he was 15. So very much a huge part of our family. And she kind of rejoined our family again, but our Lil by Male family a couple of years ago, probably about 2.5 years ago. And now she works for me in my business. She's always said I have a guardian angel. And I never really kind of thought that I did, except maybe in the last 2 years, she keeps pointing out these things that keep happening that are very much karma being on my side, if you will. So Amy and I are in the middle of the idea book, writing the idea book for 2025. So it'll be the 2024 idea book that will come out in March of 2025. So Amy has been doing all the photography for the lists. So I've sent her all of the lists throughout the year. She's been getting them all sorted, photographing for the idea book, just lots and lots of things going on. So on Monday of this week, I sent Amy an overnight package. So shipped it to her on Monday, should arrive on Tuesday, right? So she would have this partial traveler's notebook insert, right? That I had been working on, but still working on. So I overnighted to her with the plan. She would get it on Tuesday. Tuesday, she would photograph everything. If all went according to plan, Tuesday, she'd be able to take it back to UPS, overnight it, and I would have it on Thursday, right? We even had an extra day built in, just in case Friday, I could still get it Friday if something weird happened in there with the holiday and so forth. So Amy and I are talking on Tuesday afternoon, and she goes, "Oh, I haven't seen the package yet." And I said, "Okay, let me track that." And I went to track it. Actually, there were 2 traveler's notebooks inserts in there. This one that's partially done, and the one prior to this that was 100% done. So basically all of the lists from about October through December. And she said, "I don't have it yet." And so I tracked it. And you know what it said when I tracked it? It said UPS has not received the package yet. So it was dropped off at UPS on Monday. Tuesday, it's still saying UPS does not have the package. Now, the fact that it was dropped off to UPS and handed it to them physically, "Here you go, UPS, here's my package, thank you," walk out the door, goodbye. Very concerning. In my mind, I immediately jumped to, you know what? It's lost. It is lost. And you know what? It may not seem like a big deal, but that is 25% of the content of the idea book. And none of this can be redone. It can't be replicated. I mean, I suppose it could, but it would take weeks and weeks and weeks. I'd have to go get all the product and do all of this again. And so panic ensued, right? I had a meltdown. That was on New Year's Eve. Complete meltdown. I had Lily and Denise check their car. They didn't have it from when they dropped off to UPS. And then I forgot about it. It's New Year's Eve. We get together with our friends. I have a great evening. I just completely shut work out of my head because I'm like, there's nothing we can do. UPS isn't open. UPS isn't open on New Year's, so nothing we can do. So driving back home Wednesday night, we had gone short distance to stay overnight with a group of friends. And my friend Karen said, "Hey, did it, have you tracked it?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, no, I haven't tracked it." Because the plan was for Lily and Denise to go back to a UPS on Thursday morning and say, "Hello, where's this package that we dropped off?" I track it, and miraculously, it's been found. It is, what, honey?
Go ahead.
Oh.
I'm going to add when you get
Okay, miraculously, it's been found. And it is on the way to Amy. Like it's supposed to now arrive at Amy's on Thursday. And I'm like, holy cow, I can't even believe this. Like,
And she was like a little kid in a candy store. She was so happy.
I was like a little kid in a candy store, right? Yes, because how do I have an idea book that is missing 25% of the content? Sorry, I'm sorry, you can't see anything from October through December. The other thing that was really sad to me is that this is all, this is all my stories and my documenting and anyhow. So, good thing everything works out. Amy gets it on Thursday afternoon. Amy, like a rock star, photographs professionally for the idea book behind you, not just like snapping snapshots. All of these, because these are the ones I really needed to have back for today. Overnights them overnights them on Thursday. I get them on Friday, and all is well with the world. But I tell you what, the meltdown that ensued on Tuesday and it wasn't like an angry meltdown. It was like, oh my goodness, devastating. What am I going to do? Meltdown. But it all worked out, right? And so Lily would say, there's my guardian angel. My guardian angel my guardian squirrel, or I don't know what it is, likes to follow me around, which just, I don't know, karma. I'm a huge believer in karma. And I'm not saying that I'm a saint, but I like to think that I do right by people and treat people well, and I'm a nice person. So then I just keep thinking that had to be karma on my side. I almost on Tuesday went into the Facebook group and said, oh, you guys, anybody that prays, please send up all the prayers that this thing surfaces. And it did. So we're good. So we are good. All right. So now what I can do today, I can show you the list that we worked on last week because I have them. I have it. All right. So we did three lists when we were together last week. I have to look at my book. It seems like it's been forever. We did. Can't remember which ones we started with, but we'll start with this one. Now, this has been deconstructed. So Amy deconstructs them when she photographs them. So they're all kind of in their own individual pieces. But one of the lists that we did last week was In My Era, and we had a lot of fun with that. So In My Era, kind of along the lines of Taylor Swift, a lot of her music, people say that it's in the different eras that she's in. So it's in her folk era or breakup era or romantic era or whatever it has. So we did an In My Era. So I'm in my dry shampoo era, my velvet top era, my decluttering and purging era. I'm in my country era, country music era. So this is just kind of a fun way to describe where you are right now in your stage of life. So this is a list that we will continue to do on a yearly basis or on an annual basis, just to kind of look at, who you are, where you are. It could be you're in your retirement era. Some people said it could be you're in your grandma era. It could be you're in your going back to school era, right? If you're Mandy, you're in your going back to school era. So I'm just kind of a fun list describing you. And it's very much a time capsule list. Like I talk about that term quite frequently when we're listing. This is a time capsule. If I were to have a list like this when I was in my 30s, I'd be in a totally different era, right? I'd be in I'm in my software career era. I'd be in I'm a very young mom, not young mom. That's not a young mom, but I had young babies then. Or when you're in your high school. So this kind of list is a really fun list to do. And this would be a fun one to do with younger kids. School teachers, a lot of times I hear from you guys that are school teachers that you incorporate lists into your teaching with your kids, because something like this, especially, that's a pop culture reference, right? In My Era is very much a pop culture Taylor Swift reference. So younger kids kind of get that, and just kind of is a great way to get kids, grandkids, whatever it is to write, right? But have fun doing it. So that was one of our lists. Another list that we did was a holiday highlights. So just kind of doing some different highlights, not necessarily when I say holiday, for me, it was kind of the couple of days leading up to the holidays. So not the entire month of December, but the couple days leading up to the holidays. On this one, we used Vicky's Wrapped in Ribbons collection. So we kind of took advantage of a couple of the ornament looking ephemera pieces, the papery pieces, and then used the In the Circle die and stamp set to create some circles that kind of mimicked little ornaments. Circles, just some of the highlights. All right, so we had a lot of fun with that one. We also used my like most favorite product I think that I've discovered in 2024, and one of you led me on to that. It's not one of my products, but it is a product called Tip in Tape, and so we've used it on our last couple of lists. Just a fun way to add an additional page. And that Tip and Tape is a clear matte PET tape, so acid free, but you really don't see that unless kind of I turn the camera and you kind of see the matte aspect of that. But that's a really fun product to work with. That one is Tip and Tape. All right. Next up, our last list was things I did well this year. So this is a list that oh, there it is. I have to figure out. I think this is, like I said, it was deconstructed. So I have to figure out, this is, I think, I don't even know. How did we get here? How did we get here? It's deconstructed for photography purposes. So I'm going to have to kind of figure that one out. I think I remember. Well, anyway, I'll get there in a minute. I will get there in a minute. Things I did well this year. So this is a list that we have done every year for probably the last 4 years. We've been doing our lists almost 5 years now. March will be 5 years. But this is a list we do on an annual basis. This is probably one of the most difficult lists I have putting together every year. And that is because we're not necessarily programmed to talk about what we did well. We're programmed to talk about what we need to change, what we need to fix, what we need to do differently, right? I mean, at least for me, that's how kind of my brain works. What I don't do well, especially when you're getting towards the end of a year and you're starting to look at new goals and things you want to focus on and things you want to change for the new year. I think this is a really important exercise before you start diving in on, what you need to do better, is to at least acknowledge the things that you did do well. And this is never an easy list for me to put together. And I don't mean to decorate. I mean to come up with the list, the things on my list. This is one that I ask Nick to help me with every year, my husband, because sometimes he will point things out that maybe I didn't necessarily think of as doing well. And here's the thing. When we did this list, some of you said nothing. I did nothing well. And you didn't mean me, you meant yourself. I did nothing well. And then I started asking questions like, well, did you read any books? If you like to read, how many books did you finish? If you are an avid reader, then if you read 20 books last year, that's something you did well. Maybe you took care of your family really well. Maybe you cooked very good, healthy, nutritious meals. Maybe you were a great pet mom. Maybe you were a great teacher. So sometimes we have to dig really deep to look at the things that we did well. One of mine was keeping my closet clean. Now that may not sound like a big deal to some people, but for me that was a huge, huge, huge deal. So this is always one of my favorite lists to put together every year, but not necessarily an easy one. So if you list with me and you haven't done this list, I would encourage you to do this. And you know what? If it's just 1 or 2 things, that's okay. If it's 68 things, that's awesome. And if you don't list like this, maybe even just mentally take a step back and think about what things you did well. So I think it's important to acknowledge those things before we start ragging on ourselves about needing to lose weight, needing to exercise more, needing to spend more time with family, needing to spend less time on our phones, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Louisa said it's a great list. She struggled to think of things to put on the list. Like I said, I struggle with that too. So dig deep, Louisa. I'm sure that I know there are things. I know. Let's see. Oh, you're good. You're good, Amy. Doesn't matter. It's put back in order. Totally good. The important thing was to get it in the mail, right? Absolutely. All right. So, and I know I left some pages. I left some space in between the pages. So we'll get there. All right. So those were the 3 lists that we did. And if you were with me last week, I actually continued to work on this list a little bit. I added some flowers. I added some word strips just to kind of add a little bit more decoration to that list. All right, so there we have it, our 3 lists from last week and last year, right? Okay, so we are ready to dig into our lists for today. Our first list for today, let me just, give me 1 second. I know this was here like this, just so it could hold it together while Amy was photographing. Obviously that needs to go there like that. I know what I did. I think I remember what I did here. And it is put back together correctly, I believe. Yep, it has to be, right? It has to go like that. We skipped this page because that needs to be a single list at some point. I was going to put something here, and then I know we consciously skipped this page because I was stamping directly on the insert, and I did not want that to affect any ghosting or shadowing on this one, at least I think. So we are going to jump in with this guy right here. This one is our first list for today, is a list called About Last Month. And it is a list that we do on a monthly basis. We've been doing this About Last Month list probably for about the last 3.5 years, 4 years. And it is a list where I sit down at the end of a month and I just write what happened. Okay, I write what happened. Let me see. I won't have it in this one. Amy has our last one. So let's look here. Well, let's just pull one from last year. Let's look at here. Oh, here we go. So, about last month. Basically, I am doing a very similar format every month. I'm adding photos. I am adding a run-on list. I am using a stamp set. That was the About Last Month stamp set for 2023. I will be using the 2024 About Last Month stamp set today. But basically, it's a really easy way to get your life documented, to get your month documented. Photos, words, you're done. And if that's all that you end up doing, in terms of your memory keeping, you have that done. I can say I have 48 months worth of those lists done. So it's a great way to just kind of look back on things. Some of you have really busy lives and you have a ton of photos that you want to scrapbook or document one day. But right now you don't have the time to do all that. So if you are doing a list like that, an About Last Month type of list, you're at least getting kind of the words and the photos. And then those things may be little prompts to help you down the road when you do want to take a couple of those photos or a couple of those experiences that took place in a month and kind of expand upon them. All right, so I have printed out a photo, and that's always, well, generally what I start with is a photo. Now, some of you are like, well, that's not a photo, that's a whole bunch of photos. It is, but it's really one photo, right? That is a 5x7 photo. It is printed on the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, and that is using the Epson Creative Print app. The Epson Creative Print app, I will tell you, is a workhorse. So any of you that have the Epson the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, if you have not watched my free class on how to use that app that goes with it, the Epson Creative Print app, it is an amazing app if you know how to use it. There are some really cool, very easy tips and tricks that I share with you during that class on how to use that app that goes with the printer that I promise you will be life-changing. And I know that sounds crazy, but makes it so easy to pick multiple photos, organize your photos, to find what you're looking for, change the borders, have borders, no borders, things like that. So in that free class, and it's here on my YouTube channel. I think Amy will link it for us. She's already linked that printer if you are looking for a printer. I just totally lost my train of thought. I was on a path there. Anyhow, that is the printer that I use for probably 98% of all of my photo printing. I use a different one if I need a larger format, but that's the one I use. But that printer lets you print 3.5 by 5s, 4 by 6, and 5 by 7s. What is really cool about the app is that it has a whole bunch of pre-configured templates, okay? So that's a pre-configured template. That's a pre-configured template. You have all of these different pre-configured templates. You pick the template that you want, and then you're just moving your photos into the spaces on that template. So in our first list that we do today about last month, I will be using this as a single photo. But when we get to our in the news for the month of December, I'm actually going to be cutting up those photos. So this is also a great way if you are trying to figure out how you get those little tiny photos. You don't have to have a special printer. Well, you don't have to have a special printer. What I mean by that is you don't have to have like a little, like a little pocket printer to get those little photos. You can use your main workhorse printer to do that and then cut everything out. All right. So hello, Three Beans Mambo. I love some of your YouTube names. Three Beans Mambo said, just found your channel new to Traveler's Notebooks. Do you ship your products to Canada? Love the idea for a new class for beginners. Welcome, Three Beans Mambo. Yes, I do ship to Canada, and you will, when you go to laelbymail.com and go to checkout, it will tell you your shipping options. USPS, so our United States Postal Service, and then UPS. All right. So this is where I'm starting with. I'm starting with my photo, and I need to trim this photo down just a tad. This is a 5 by 7 photo. The Traveler's Notebook inserts I use are standard wide. So standard is 8.25. Standard wide is 8.25, both height. Standard wide is 5 inches wide, whereas a regular standard is about 4.33. So just a quick little visual here. This would be a standard wide, and this would be a standard. All right, so same height, just a little bit narrower. So I use standard wide. My Lael by Mail inserts are a standard wide. So even though this is a 5 by 7 and this is a 5-inch wide, I still need to trim this down just a bit because I lose a little bit from the center, all right? Especially if this hadn't been deconstructed yet for photography. You use just a couple millimeters in the center. You lose a couple millimeters in the center because of the staples. All right, so let's just trim this guy down just a tad. And the photos, they're just a mixture of photos from my month, right? I take a lot of photos. A lot of you take a lot of photos. If you are new to documenting, that would be the biggest first step, is to take all the photos. Just take the photos of everything. If you go to the store and you get flowers, take a photo of that because you never know what you might want to be documenting in your projects, whether it's a list or scrapbooking or mini book or whatever it is. So take lots and lots and lots of photos. The photos, obviously, you'll have when you are ready to do your documenting. But the photos, in a lot of cases, are also going to jog your memory of kind of what happened, right? So I take all the photos throughout the month. And then when I sit down to start figuring out what is going to go on my list, the first thing I do is look at the photos because they jog my memory. I'm like, oh yeah, we did that. Oh yeah, we did that. Oh, I forgot we did that. So that would be the first thing. Take the photos, jog your memory for the things on your list. I also have a running list of things that happened during the month in a note on my phone so that, again, when I sit down to start prepping to do my list, I can look at the notes that I made on my phone of the things that I did, pair that with the photos, and then it makes it really easy when I sit down to do this. Now, I do this at the start of every new month, right? Because that's kind of what I do, right? That's one of the things that we do when you guys were with me. So I need to do it every month. But some of you don't have a chance to maybe do it every month. If you are taking your photos and if you are making your list on your phone, then it doesn't matter when you sit down to do this. You could do this in June. I could be doing my About Last Month for December in the month of June, as long as I have the photos and I've been making little notes along the way. All right. So there we go. That's the first thing I start with is the photos. Now, you may have noticed I have a big white spot here, right? A big white kind of area. When I brought the template, the pre-configured template in the Epson Creative Print app, when I brought it up, I purposefully did not put photos in those 3 spots. And that is because I like to be able to decorate. So that was me leaving spots. That's not necessarily something that you would normally print unless you wanted spots there. Okay, so for this list, this is the last Christmas that I am doing, right? After this, we're done with the holidays, but this is about last month for the month of December. So I probably want to work in some holiday things. I have pulled out some products from, I haven't pulled them out yet. I am pulling out right now products from the Simple Stories Santa's Village collection. So lots and lots of things here that I could work in if I would like. I pulled out the sticker book. Sticker book is probably going to be where I pull most of the things that I think I want to use. I don't know, I'm just pulling out. I've got over here, all of the, in my little container, all of these die cuts that are loose, and so we'll see what strikes our fancy, what makes us happy. I love this collection. Those of you that did the December Documented with me this year, I used bits and pieces, parts. I shouldn't say bits and pieces because that's a product, but I used parts of this collection in my project kit. So I think I'm just looking at the washi. Those are some of the rolls of washi that come with that collection. Oh yeah, it's going to be somehow, it's going to be 2 of those 3. We'll figure that out in a minute. So let's get this little guy off to the side. I think that we are good pulling from stickers here. So I need to now kind of establish my color palette before I can do my stamping over here. I need to know what colors I'm using, so then when I'm stamping, it's a, kind of a no-brainer. I don't want necessarily what I stamp there to drive everything over here. So do we want a little Santa in there? I mean, the Santa's so cute. Let's see. The snowman is cute. We've got some little, I like these guys too. Let's just see what we're going to come up with here. Maybe if this guy comes up here, let's just do it. We're just going to do it. We're just going to put it down. We're not going to waffle about it. And it's easier to waffle about things if they're die cuts, but a sticker, you're kind of like, okay, unless you de-stickify the sticker, and then, put your, when I say de-stickify, like with the powder tool, it's just easier to stick them down. That's what we're doing. Kind of what we're doing here. We're sticking them down. Let's see. I like this guy. I like this guy. But if this guy goes here, then we need to put something in there, right? Because I'd like him to go along the bottom. He could go up there a little bit. Let's just go ahead and put him down right about there, our cute little Santa. My snowman is kind of underneath him. This little reindeer would be cute. I think I like this little reindeer sticker better than this little die cut, just because, I don't know, we'll see. Does he go? We're making kind of this little cluster here. It's a good cluster, not a bad cluster. Can we do that? Sure. Sure. That's kind of like a little trio. Like a little trio. Now, we need something a little bit more here. I've kind of created a little bit of trapped white space there, right? Trapped white space. And I've created trapped white space there. So maybe, what if we put a little star here? I always have some idea of what I'm doing before we start. Let's see. I'll show you what I mean by that. That works there. So I use my workbook. Now is a good time to talk about the first prize, the live prize that takes place in the chat. So I use my workbook. This is the workbook that I use, my listing workbook, to plan all of our sessions, right? So I always know what our list topics are. I always know kind of the product I'm using and the things on my list. And sometimes I have a little sketch. but there's my sketch. I don't really know what's going where. I just know kind of my sketch. So that is going to be our first giveaway today. And this is not that one, not mine. This is a live giveaway. So what that means is the giveaway takes place in the chat. So we're going to keep going here. I'll show you the prize. So we're going to keep going. And in a few minutes, I will stop and I will, my finger will just scroll up. I won't even look. My finger will scroll up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. And the first prize today is this one. Ooh, the cat had been, okay, not this one. You don't have to have the one the cat was sitting on, shedding on. This is the brand new reworked Lail by Mail listing workbook. New fun little logo there, right? Not my Lail by Mail logo, but kind of a new logo for our listing. But this workbook basically is a version that works for you. Mine's a little bit more specific because I have to plan for prizes and different things like that. But it is reworked. There's been a version of this out for the last couple of years, but earlier in 2024, kind of in the fall, I did a survey of the people that had purchased it, and I said, hey, what would you like to see changed? So I incorporated some of those changes. Your squares here, or your space for your sketches are a little bit larger. You have some more lines here. I got rid of some of the sections that you really weren't using. So you have your workbook there for your lists. You have a little small section for your list ideas. Then you have a section for design ideas, all right? So you can decide if these are your single page, your double page, maybe you see something that someone did in the Facebook group, maybe you have the Listing with Lail idea book and you wanna kind of make some sketches of things you wanna work on, and then a notes section. All right, so that is a version that you can pick up on my website. There is a bound version like that. And then there is also a digital version that you can purchase and then download and bind and whatever you want to do. So that came out of about a year into our listing sessions. I was basically reinventing the wheel every month. So this was my original. This goes all the way back to October of 2021. But that's how I planned everything and kept track of all my lists and people who are winning prizes and things. And so I was using that for a couple times, and people started saying, well, I want one of those. Where can I get one of those? I want to work with one of those. And so there you go. So that's actually both prizes today. That is the live prize that takes place in the chat. And there'll also be an after party prize that you can participate in that giveaway by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. All right, so what I was saying there's my really rough version of the sketch, right? Kind of funny. Jackie said no one else has something like your listing book. And they don't, because no one else kind of does what we do, right? Yeah, it's very specific to what we do. I mean, I suppose you could, make it work for other things, but pretty specific to what we do. All right, we need something right there. We took care of that little trapped white space there. We've got little trapped white space there. So you guys know me. What do I say is going right there? When I say it looks like something's missing, what do we add there? We add a word strip sticker. Let's see if there are word strip stickers in here. Kind of yes, but kind of not. So let's do this. Let's see if I happen to have my Tim Holtz word strip Christmas stickers still up here. Oh, I do. Okay. Let's look and see if there's something that we could pop in here. Maybe we'll do a colored one. Word strip stickers are my jam. I just love them. I just love them. What about this one? What about follow? Oh, maybe we need, no, let's do a red. Fa la la. Now that's kind of big, right? But we can make it work for us. I can make it work for us. So Jackie said I need to consolidate all my sticky notes. Well, Jackie, basically that's what was happening. I mean, because I have to plan, right? I have to plan these things, or else it'd be a bit of a blank show. You know what I mean? And they're not, it's live, right? It's live streamed and I'm not scripted and I kind of have an idea of what I'm doing, but I have to have a plan or else we'd be here for 8 days every time, which some of you wouldn't think was a bad thing, Karen Haynes. Oh, And Karen knows I'm joking with her. Is there a template on the website for the layout of Out the Window? Oh, Colleen, there is not. Let me think about that one. Let me think about like a digital template for that, right? Let me think about that. All right. Ooh, darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I should have done this first. I should have put my washi down before. Let's see. Can we get under there? Can we get under reindeer's legs? Oh, we can. All right. That was a sticker. So I'm just using that little lifting tool to lift up very carefully, hopefully without tearing it. I would like that washi to get underneath the little reindeer's legs. So that was not good planning on my part. All the tools. Tools are important, right? Just like if you're building a house and you don't have the right tools, tools are important. So just kind of, we're bending the little reindeer's legs. Let's just make this work. Let's make it work. Now I also have to go, under Santa. Oh, Santa's, oh, look it. Actually, we go under Santa a little bit. All right, let's see what we can do here. I just need to get under a little bit, not a ton. Now I need like another pair of hands. All right, hold tight. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Let's get this out of here because it is deconstructed. It was deconstructed for photography for the idea book that's coming up later this year. I'm just going to get that out. It'll be easier for us to work with that way. Okay, you know what? My window is open and I am still so hot and it's snowing like a banshee out there. It is dumping snow. The ski people are happy. Nick is probably chomping at the bit in the other room, hoping that the road opens soon. All right, this is not the way you want to do this, friends. Really, the way you want to do this is put your washi down first, but I was not thinking accordingly. So look there we go. No one will be the wiser. No one's ever going to know that we did that unless they happen to watch this video, right? No one will ever know that we had to do that. But look it just makes, I'm so glad we did that. It just makes such a nice impact, doesn't it? Ooh, hello, Peggy from freezing Wisconsin. Yeah, lots of people freezing today, huh? All right, so I'm gonna do one more little thing of washi here, and then I'll do our little giveaway, okay? I'll do our little giveaway. Heather said she needs another pair of those tweezers, those reverse grip tweezers. I'm going to tell you, Heather, maybe hold off. Amy, how long should Heather hold off for? How long should Heather hold off for before she buys another pair of reverse grip tweezers? Let's see if Amy answers us. I think she's still here, but let's see. Let's see. You know why I'm asking Amy, right? I'm asking Amy because we have a new product coming. They are reverse grip tweezers, but they're kind of different. They're a little bit different than you've normally seen. Well, very different than you've normally seen them. And this we're just going to fake right here. We're just going to fake this. Oh yes, so many new products coming, you guys. So many new products coming in 2025. There is the January stamp and die release will come out mid-January, so watch for that. There are 2 new storage pouches coming. Two new storage pouches coming, also mid-January. There are 4 new Traveler's Notebook covers coming. And the people in the season pass class, the January Traveler's Notebook setup for the season pass, I showed them a sneak of that. The other night. So yeah, lots of fun things coming. Amy, when are the new, do you know offhand, when are our new reverse grip tweezers coming? All right. Okay, friends. I don't know. So many fun things to get so excited about. Oh, and then a new idea book, of course, right? New idea book. All right, so we're getting close here, right? Let's do what we need to do with, here with our little pen, our outlining, because we got to do that. I feel like I need to keep saying this just in case you popped in and you're like, what the heck is she doing? The insert that I am using was out for photography, and when it goes out for photography, it gets deconstructed. So it was just easier to pull these pages out as I work on them. So Amy is hoping in the next month. So you guys knew, well, I don't know. Would you like to see them? Let me just double check. I think these are it. I had to make sure that's it. Because there's been lots of prototypes. There have been a lot of prototypes. Okay, this is it. These little guys, but very different, right? I mean, they still basically do the same thing, but these are the new Lael by Mail reverse grip tweezers. Really nice, fine point, but reverse grip, meaning you close to open, as opposed normal tweezers, you open to close, right? These you close to open, but the one thing that they don't have on them yet is this. So they'll still have the nice powder coating like my scissors do, but then they'll say Lael by Mail. But yeah, kind of fun. So if you are thinking if you're thinking you need a new pair of reverse grip tweezers, or you're thinking that you need a pair of reverse grip tweezers, then just hold off because those are coming. All right, but I'll keep using these. Okay, yeah, very sleek and yeah, very fun, huh? That's a lot of what Amy does, you guys. A lot of what Amy does for me, for us, I guess I should say, is product sourcing. So I figure out what we need and then source the product. So Shanna said she's never tried the reverse grip. Is it weird? The nice thing about the reverse grip, Shanna, is if you think about it, if you are trying to use a regular pair of tweezers to pick up something, you are having to push. I don't know. It's I'm not going to be very good at explaining it. I probably need to get better at explaining it because I'll have them and be selling them. You're kind of going against gravity, right? So when you are picking up something, it's automatically holding it close. So you don't have to, I'm not even holding it. Whereas when you're working with a regular pair of tweezers, I'd be holding it like this the whole time, trying to move around, right? So it's just kind of reverse gravity. All right. Amy says she has the best job ever. She does. She's a master at what she does, I tell you. She finds the products in the places you would never even imagine. Well, because, they get manufactured overseas, and overseas could be lots of different seas. All right, so now we're ready for our stamping part. So usually I get enough of a decorating done so I know where I am, where I'm headed, and now I can pick colors. But before I stamp, let's do the giveaway. Should we do that? The giveaway for that listing with Lael, the listing workbook. And I'm going to scroll up in the chat, and I'm stopping right at Heather Graham. Heather Graham, congratulations, Heather. If you are still here, well, even if you're not still here, congratulations, right? Congratulations, Heather. Heather, please send an email to laelbymail@gmail.com. And in the subject line, put winner listing workbook, and then include your mailing address, and we'll get that shipped out to you this week. Now, if you're not Heather, don't be sad, because there's still another opportunity to win one of those, and that's in the after party giveaway. So once the class is done, once video is done, you can leave a comment on the video, and right before we're together again on January 11th, I will draw a random lucky winner from there as well. Okay. So, stamp. This is the last time that you will see me use the About Last Month 2024 stamp set. Heather, I placed an order, I think, yesterday. Can you park my prize in there? Absolutely. Will you email me, Heather? That's awesome. Then that saves me on shipping, so I love that. If you will, if you just shoot me an email and say, hey, please add my prize to my order, that would be awesome. Thank you. All right, so I've used this stamp set. It's the About Last Month 2024 stamp set all year long. This will be the last time I am using this stamp set for my lists, because we have About Last Month 2025, and that one is coming out mid-January as part of the mid-January release. So let's get what we need here. So the idea behind this stamp set is you have a couple of layers. You have a solid layer, Then you have kind of an outlined block that can go on top of that solid layer. And then you have your handwritten months. And you have some icons. You have 2 different numbers and about last month and so forth. So we need this guy. We need this guy. We need December. Although, so I think what I might do here, I've kind of mixed it up throughout the year. Sometimes I would put December in there. I think this time I'm going to put about last month in there because we're pretty clear it's December. So we'll do about last month. We'll get those guys started. When we're stamping, a couple things that we need, right? We need first and foremost a stamping block. So let's get that out. And there is a new Lael by Mail stamping block in town. And it is oh my goodness, sorry about that. That was kind of loud as I dropped it. Dropped some of them. It's just buried. It is this guy. So this is 5 inches by I think 1 1/4 tall. But look it's great for your long, narrow stamps. This stamp set, this stamping block also designed to work with the brand new 2025 About Last Month stamp set. That not on the website yet. You may have seen it peaked as far as oh my gosh, I'm like Beavis and Butthead when they laugh at things like that, right? Now what was I just saying? I got so sidetracked. Anyhow, whatever. Long, narrow stamping block. Just helps you hold on to things a little bit more. And I think Nick is out there shoveling, even though the people already came to shovel once. Okay, so we have these 2 pieces. There are 2 ways that I can do this. That's my base layer, kind of that solid, and then I like to put that, that kind of block on top of it. But there's kind of 2 ways you could do that. And this is one of those things that it's important, I think, to play with ahead of time so you know what you are getting. I have a couple of different examples, I believe, in here of where I have done this a couple of ways. So that is an example of how that stamp set is used. I stamped the solid block first and then stamped the kind of outlined frame on top of it. But obviously you can do that 2 ways. You could stamp the frame first and the block on top, or the block and then the frame. And there's really no right or wrong way to do that. It's just important that you know what you're getting one way versus the other. I prefer to stamp the frame on top. If I stamp the frame below, the color of my frame, in this case black, tends to get really muted if I stamp the colored block on top. So just kind of some different ways that you could play around with that. I was trying to see if I had a version where you could see it both ways. Here's a bunch of just different, as I was trying to decide what color combinations I want to use. Anyway, all right, so let's pick the colors that we want to use. We know we're going for red and green, right? Because it's Christmas and it's pretty much what we've got going there. So I have pulled out my swatches. I use the Swatch This Inks stamp set to swatch all of my inks. I have all of the colors of the Distress Oxides. So there are 80 some odd, I believe. But I find it much easier for me when I am looking for a red, when I'm looking for a green, to do this and look through all my swatches, as opposed to go get out, all 8 reds to see which red I think works best. Or, hold on a minute, guys. 1 sec, okay? 1 sec. Oh, okay. That was Nick. I guess it's time for him to go skiing. The snow is just still coming down like crazy.
Right.
Like crazy.
Right.
Goodbye, honey. Thank you. Have fun.
Kisses. Right.
Please let me know if you're going to invite people over so I can go to the store.
They're already there, so I'm thinking our timing is going to be off.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, guys. Back at it. Colleen asked a question. Yes, Colleen, there will be an add-on set of stamps for the Out the Window to augment the years after 2025. Yes, so it'll go 26, 27, 28. I want it to be a fairly small stamp set, so it may go on for a couple of years beyond that. But yes, already in my plans. Okay, let's look at our red. Barn Door. Barn Door's a little bit too bluish. Crackling Campfire. Festive Berries, Lumberjack Plaid, also a little too bluish. Fired Brick. All right, I think we're going back here. Let's go with, I don't know, we might be back with Barn Door. I think we'll go with Barn Door. So let's grab Barn Door out. And let's take a look at our green. Now there's lots of different greens in play here. Lots of different greens. So I'm thinking I might want to do something like this over in here. So if I'm bringing some of that color over here, then this will kind of help maybe drive the specific green I want to work with for my, I don't know. I got to figure out which way I want to do this. Because I may not, well, we're going to play a little bit. We're going to play because I'm not quite sure how the green and red will look layered on top of each other. That really may not work. So let's find a green. We'll get the green out and then we will play. Mowed Lawn. Not Cracked Pistachio for sure. Not Lucky Clover. Evergreen Bough, no. Pine Needles, no. Rustic Wilderness. Maybe, and that may work. So let's grab, I think, Rustic Wilderness. Because that kind of goes with this color and a little bit darker down here. And Snowman's Hat. So let's try Rustic Wilderness. All righty. And so if you are a person that is continuing to add to your supplies, you might say to yourself, well, why do I need more than one green? Well, when you look at things like that, you can see how it's nice to have more than one green because those are all different variations, right? Different variations of green. And depending on what you're working with, it's nice to have options sometimes. All right, so we're gonna play in this to start because I really don't know how yet I want to layer those. So let's start out with, let's see, if we do, we can do it one of two ways, right? This can be solid red or it can be solid green. I think because the green is going to be darker than the red, we probably need to go red with the green. Let's just try it. All right, so that is kind of that base block stamp. We'll get that on my little stamping block and see what we get here. Now, I have already used this stamp many times, right? It's the end of 2024. I've used this one many times. So I will not be doing any kind of conditioning or priming of this stamp because it's already ready to go. But if you have brand new stamps, I need to ink that one up just to kind of keep in mind. I need to ink that one up a bit more as I am stamping it in a sec. Oh, we better clean this off. You need to prime or condition your stamps before you use them for the first time. And that can be as easy as stamping with them a bunch of times. There is a thin coating on all photopolymer stamps. It's part of the manufacturing process. So there's a really thin, invisible coating. You can't see it, but it is there. So if you've ever stamped with a brand new stamp right out of the package and it looks kind of weird, almost seems like all of the ink does not adhere to the base of the stamp, that's because of that coating. So you always need to kind of prime or condition. Ooh, I'm not gonna like this. I know this for sure. That's just, it's too much for me. So I'm going to go a totally different route. I also know I'd kind of have a difficult time maybe seeing the December. So I am going to do this. What if we, well, while I have this inked up, I think we may just end up not using the solid at all. And do this here. If we don't use the solid and we do our alternate color in the About Last Month. Notice how I just switched out for another stamping block. I switched out for a smaller stamping block. And I'm a firm believer in right sizing your stamping block to your stamp. I could have certainly used that on that big long block, but I find it a little bit more difficult to maneuver a stamping block when my stamp is quite a bit smaller. So you'll see me use probably about 5 or 6 different stamping blocks in my stamping. All right, so I just cleaned that off. It's important to clean and dry before you apply a different color. And that is because, well, obviously clean, because if I put red on top of green, it's not necessarily going to work, right? It's going to give me probably a really muddled brown. But the other thing is, if I do not dry in between, the inks that I use are Distress Oxide, so they are a hybrid. They're a pigment hybrid, pigment dye hybrid, but pigment-based inks are water reactive. So if I have not dried my stamp after I clean it, then I am playing around now with the color of that ink because water reactive. All right, so here's my 2 versions, right? I have the green with the red in the center and the red with the green in the center. And I am going to just go ahead and stamp just on the insert. I'm not going to do the green because I think that's a little bit too solid. So keeping in mind that this is going to be over here, I think, I don't know. I think I like this version better, the green with the red. So that's what I'm going to go with. So all of that to say, super helpful to be doing all of your testing elsewhere besides your project, right? I went through kind of 3 different iterations before I figured out which one I wanted to use. So I'm a firm believer in testing. I'm a firm believer, even if I know exactly what I want to do, I still test the stamp to make sure the stamp's clean. It doesn't have any stray fibers or something like that in it that are going to prevent my, which one did I decide on? That are going to prevent the ink from adhering to the stamp. Okay, green outline. All right, so now let's re-ink that. It is, so that Salt Cellar, that is what I'm using to hold my stamp chamois, because it's going to keep it moist for the time that I know that's a word not a lot of people like, but it's going to keep it damp. How about that? It is going to keep it damp while I am working. And that stamp chamois is what I use to clean my, stamps. Ooh, okay. So I did not press evenly enough there, right? So see what happened? I am going to, well, I could either leave it, but I'm not one to leave it like that. I am going to fix that. The way I'm going to fix that, I'm not going to try to stamp over it again. If I stamp over it again, I guarantee it's going to be a hot mess. It is going to be a hot mess. Terry, that washi is from Santa's Village. So what I'm going to do, I am going to pull out my watercolor pencils, and I am going to find Rustic Wilderness. Let's put the lid on that. Find Rustic Wilderness, and I bet it's here. Rustic Wilderness. All right, so we're gonna try do a little doctoring here. And some of you are like, what are you talking about? What is she even doing? Like, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I didn't press down evenly enough. You can see in that center area. So I'm missing part of my, color. I'm going to sharpen this guy so that I can get kind of a nice fine point on it, hopefully. Justine, I love that. Justine said, I have learned a lot about stamping from watching you, and it has made a big difference. I'm a firm believer in just playing with things. Like, you could play on your project. I generally am not one to want to play on my project. I would rather learn elsewhere. I would rather learn in my little test notebook over there, but you should, you've got to play, right? How do we know? Now, here's the deal. I'm not a chef. I do not cook. I am not the cook in our family. I do no cooking in our house. Nick does it all. But if I were to want to cook, do you know what I think I would need to do? I think I'd need to play and experiment, right? Because how would I expect to be like a master chef? Okay, not really. But how would I even be able to expect to cook if I didn't really play around and try some things out first, right? So this is no different. It's no different. If you wouldn't walk in the kitchen without kind of testing first, testing recipes, this is no different. And just kind of becoming familiar with, what you're doing when it comes to stamping. And here's the other thing. If I was doing something like mixed media, you guys are laughing because I wouldn't. It's just not me. But if I wanted to try mixed media, I certainly wouldn't try it on a project. I would test it and play around with it first. So I'm a firm believer in playing with your things, testing them out, trying them, so then you feel confident when you're working on them with a project. Okay, so there we go. See, so that, no one's going to know. No one's going to know that I didn't quite stamp that correctly. All fixed. All fixed. And if I didn't have the coordinating watercolor pencils, and I don't use those with watercolor, I just use them as a pencil, I could look in my many, many, many boxes of colored pencils to figure out what would work. Like I would do this. I swatch my inks. I also swatch my colored pencils. So if I didn't have that, I could come in here and go, okay, what would work? Was that juniper green? What about Prussian green maybe? And I have done that, still working on it. It's always a work in progress for my different colored pencils that I use. All right. Okay, so now we're good. We fixed it. There's not a lot of things that you can't fix. All right. So we make mistakes like that all the time when we're working, right? You do, I do, we all do. It's just human. That's what happens. So there are lots of ways we can fix stamping mistakes. I just showed you one. If you were really unhappy and it really didn't work, you could stamp on a piece of white cardstock and cut it out and just put it right over there and no one would ever know. I've done that on one of my lists. Actually, I think I did it for maybe the November one. I think I put October. And I fixed it and no one would ever know by just putting something right over the top of it. Yep, Denise, no mistake in art, right? It's art. That's how people know it's handmade. I mean, they've got to know it's handmade. You've got to show a little slip stitch in your crocheting or knitting or I don't know, whatever that means. Right? Okay, so now about last month. Okay, there we go. There we go. You guys, so sometimes I get to working intently and talking intently and I miss the chat. So if you had asked a question and you wanted me to see it, I know Amy's super helpful about answering things. Lots of you have been here for a while and are also super helpful about answering things. So if you asked something or you wanted me to see it and answer it and I missed it, please just go ahead and type it again. All right, type it again. And sometimes if you put it in all uppercase, then I happen to see it. That helps too. So let's see. I kind of like the idea of a little present there, but maybe a green one. I mean, maybe a red one. Let's see if we have a red present in here. So it's just all about playing, right? It's taking what you have and making it work for whatever you are working on. There is a red present, but it's quite a bit bigger. So let's look in the sticker book and see if we have a present in there. A list like this, especially if you are getting towards the end of working on one of your, working with the collection, and maybe you just have kind of a few stray pieces left. A list like this is great because, I can just pull in kind of the miscellaneous, whatever I have left in my stuff. I probably should have just looked to see. If I would like to have a red present, then maybe we do this. Maybe we don't do this big guy. Maybe we do a smaller guy like this, and then we're good. How about like that? Okay, that's it. And then we may, that's it. And then never it, right? Never it. We may end up doing Want to do something like that in here? No, I think we might just kind of keep going along that same line. Since we have lots of those little guys, maybe we'll just do another one down here like this. Oops, let's move it a little bit over. All right, now we're ready for our list. We are ready for our list. So we are doing an About Last Month list for the month of December. And that is where I pair photos with just really a run-on list of things that happened. Last thing I need before I am ready to do that list is a bullet stamp. So when I do a list like this is what I call a run-on stamp, right? Run-on stamp, a run-on list. It means it's not numbered, it's not vertical. I'm basically just writing my list. One thing after another, like back when you were in 8th grade and you'd get your English paper back and your teacher would tell you that you wrote it was a run-on sentence. Well, that's all we're doing, one giant run-on sentence. But we are using a small bullet stamp to kind of separate the things between our things on our list, the big run-on sentence. So let's look at some of the bullet stamps. We have some Christmas specific stamps in the bullet stamp. So in Bullets and More, there is a little Santa, there's a Christmas tree, and there is a little holly. If I wanted to go with Christmas specific, but I think I'm going to come to Bullets and More 3, and I'm going to use that little circle star stamp. Because that will be nice, I think. All right. So, oh, Reggie, you better lay down. Get in your box, buddy. Get in your box. Oh, hello, Mom. Hi. You're late. I love it when she pops in. So fun. So fun. Shannon, this is not the new About Last Month stamp set. I will show it to you guys as soon as I'm done with this, all right? Okay, so I have my little stamping stylus. This is another stamping block. This one to me is one of the most important tools that you can have if you are working with those little teeny stamps, the little teeny bullet stamps, because even if you had, look how teeny that is, even if you had a 1-inch round stamping block, a 1/2-inch round stamping block, it would be really hard to maneuver with your little hands because it's so small. So this guy is a long, skinny cylinder, very familiar with what your hand's used to working with, right? So not foreign to your hand. Your hand knows exactly how to use this. There is a little sticker on it. That sticker is there for a reason. It gives you a reference point. So when you are working with a stamp that has a direction to it, what I mean a direction to it, a circle stamp has no direction, right? It's the same however you stamp it. Some of your stamps have a direction to them. And if you want your stamp to be facing the same direction every time you use it, you want to line it up with that little sticker. So even though this is a circle that has a star in it, I could theoretically just be stamping it any which way, and the star shape could be, just tilted every time. But I have lined that up so that every time, as long as I'm stamping and I know where that squirrel is on that sticker, then my stamp is going to be in that same point, if that makes sense. April said, Lael, do you break apart your kit fragments when you're done to put in your stash, or do you immediately destash? April, I pretty much immediately destash, with the exception of Christmas, because Christmas I do my December daily every year, and I lots of times pull in different product. But generally what happens, two things happen. When I'm destashing after I use a collection, so let's say this was a Halloween collection, I would not save any of it. I would either put everything I haven't used together and do it as a giveaway, or Denise, one of the ladies that works for me, her daughter's a teacher. And so we have a teacher bin downstairs that's constantly getting filled and refilled of product like that. And then it goes to the school, and then the teachers either use it for themselves and their own projects that they want to work on, which I love, or they work them into their classroom and things like that. So that is what I do. I used to break things apart and then put, like all my flower things together and all my typewriters together. And then when I completely redid my room, I stopped doing that because I was never using those things. So for me, it just wasn't practical to do that. But that's something I would definitely recommend. You know, once Christmas is over and you're pretty much done with working for, Christmas or something like that, or maybe let's take like a generic, maybe collection, like, I don't know, maybe when For the Record, if you're working with For the Record, and once you're done with it, I'd break it out into like titles, and I'd break it out maybe into tickets, and I might break it out into icons and things like that. Then I could then work through my regular stash. All right, so let's come here. There we go. Now I'm doing my list. So that's the other thing I use my workbook for. These are all of the things on my list, and now we're just going to do our run on. Starting with beginning of December. So Nick and I went to the Utah Jazz / Lakers game. And literally, this is just a run-on. And I'm just separating the things on my list with that little bullet stamp in between. We celebrated Sam's 24th birthday. See, no Ernest Hemingway here, right? Oh, just the facts. All I'm doing is basically saying what happened during the month. So no pressure. No pressure at all. We're all used to making lists, right? We're all used to making lists. So it's just something that we've kind of all grown up in. Whether you like to make lists or not, it's kind of comes naturally to most people because you're used to doing it. All right. So we had worked on my 17th annual December daily. 17 years I've done one of those projects. It's the best thing I've ever done. For me personally, I love it. And I'm not saying the kits that I do, the project kits, I'm saying the whole concept, and it's an Allie Edwards concept. I think it's a brilliant concept. But just documenting December and telling a story every day in December. It could be current story, could be past story from past Christmases, traditions, favorites, anything like that. But it's just, I don't know. I've just loved it. It's such a part of who I am. And we have 17 albums telling the story of the last 17 years of our Christmas. So love that, love that. So I did dinner and Kurt Bester concert with my mom and her friend, Gail. Lael with a G. Anyone that's named Lael, I say, oh, you're Lael with a G, because that's often how I tell people to pronounce my name, Gail with an L. Kelly's Creative Dream said, I think I need the bullet stamp sets. I'm seeing the mini icons, so bullet points it is. I'm not sure what I think there's a word missing there, Kelly's Creative Dreams. I will tell you, the bullet stamps are my personal most used stamps because I use them in almost every single list I do. All right, there's 3 of them. Bullets and More 2, and Bullets and More 3. Let's see. Oh, so we went to Carlsbad, California for a week with our friends, the Becks. We had loads of fun there, did lots of fun things. Nice to get out of cold, dreary Utah in the wintertime. We rode e-bikes on 2 occasions. We shopped. Oh, wait. Let's see. I was trying to figure out a small word to fit there. A B-Day dinner celebration for Sherry and Nick. We ate lots of yummy food. We watched sunsets. We just had a nice time. It was lovely. We shopped in Solana Beach. We spent the day in Coronado. And just overall had a lovely time. All right, what else do I have on my list? Let's see. John and Chris's Thrift a Gift. That was a lot of fun. Thrift a Gift party. So in this Thrift a Gift party, you go to a thrift store and you buy some kind of gift from the thrift store, but then the idea is to kind of upcycle it. So to kind of turn it into something else. We had a ton of fun with that. Lots of fun. Thrift a Gift. We went to a celebration of life. Which that was very sad. Very sad. That was one of Nick's friends. It's Nick's age, and it's just tough. Sometimes life is not sunshine and rainbows, right? Butterflies and rainbows. I'm just looking. So Sam and Anna came over. Sam's our son, came over to make Christmas cookies. We make those every year. So that's kind of a mixture of things here. This is e-bike when we were in Carlsbad. That's my shopping cart. Took a picture of the shopping cart at the thrift store. There's Sam and Anna with Christmas cookies. My mom and I shopped for Secret Santa family. We kind of adopted a family this year as a family and a friend. Bought presents and shipped them, and that was a lot of fun. My mom and I had a lot of fun doing that together. I had my annual neurologist appointment, right? So just a mixture of lots of things, just lots of different things on my list, and a big run on. We have a new Christmas Eve tradition. A Norwegian tradition. It's a really long word, but basically translate to Christmas book flood, I think. But basically it's reading and chocolates on Christmas Eve. So new books plus chocolate. I am running out of room. This one, I could have had a 3-page list here. Let's see. I'll do 2 more things. Our annual Christmas dinner party. I think 17 or 18 or 19 years going strong. And then we did New Year's Eve with friends. I'll just say that. New Year's Eve with friends. Okay, so there it is. There is my about last month. I need, I'm gonna do one more thing. We know this is December, so I can either put a 12 there for December, or I can put a 24. I don't really like either of those. So I am going to do I know what I'll do. I am going to put a little gold star there. Little gold star out of the die cuts. I have this little gold pom-pom on the snowman's hat. And that is going to wrap up my first list of today. That one always takes a little bit longer, just because there's a lot of, there's stamping, and then there's kind of some discussion about the whole idea of about last month. Let's see, we need to get that off. Put a little bit of adhesive on there. And we'll just do a little gold star. Oops. How about like that? All right, there we go. So that is About Last Month for the month of December. There were some questions. Some people were asking about the new stamp set. As I mentioned, that was the stamp set for About Last Month 2024. So there is a new stamp set that you will see releasing mid-January, and it is About Last Month 2025. It is, you can get it a la carte, but you can also get it, you'll be able to get it a la carte, I should say, but you can also get it as part of the, where is it? As part of the, I had it here, 2025 Year in Review Project Kit. So, if I was that kit, I know, oh, here it is, duh, it's like literally sitting right in front. It's literally sitting right in front. So this is the 2025 Year in Review Project Kit. You can see it, it's on the website now, on the whole project kit for reorder. How this differs from what we do here. The project kit is the product and a class where we get our traveler's notebook set up to document every month of the year. So I always do this when we're together kind of separately, but when we're doing it in class, it is like this. So this is the kit. You have stuff to decorate your insert. You have a really fun acrylic piece, that 2025 Year in Review acrylic piece that I did with my friend Jessica of Color Cast Designs. And then you basically have, and all you can see so far is a sample for May, but you have stamp set and custom die cuts so that you are getting everything that you need to basically do one of these for every month. And it's different from what I do here because I don't try to only do this because by the time like we get to December or even September, this whole kit is gone. So this I do separately, but most people, especially people that do the kit, they have an insert and they have their kind of full year that they do, and that's all that's in their insert. So what the stamp set looks like is this guy. It is a 6x8 stamp set. You have months, obviously, January through December. You have 3 different years, 2025, 2026, 2027. You have numbers for the months. And the numbers for the months can either go up here, or you could use them. I'll show you. Let me go back to this one. Anyhow, this example. Or you could do your month down below the About Last Month. Or you have month in review, and you could kind of do the same thing, month in review, About Last Month, same thing. So that's the stamp set. You will see that released mid-January, January 15th, but it is also included with that 2025 Year in Review Project Kit. So the 2025 Year in Review Project Kit is available now for pre-order, ships mid-January. But that includes a custom pack of 89 die cuts. So you have all of those die cuts to put your list together for the entire year. It includes all kinds of things, you can go to the website, lailbymail.com, and I think Amy will pop that in for us, that link to the 2025 Year in Review Project Kit. But there we go. All right, so we are done with that list. That list would go right into here. So if you missed me saying this before, this is completely deconstructed because it went out for photography for the idea book. So it is not put back together yet. All right, that's our first list. Our second list that we're doing today is things I want to forget about last year. Things I want to forget about last year. So this is another one of those lists that we are doing kind of towards the end of an old year, beginning of a new year to wrap the year up. Last week we did things I did well. We don't specifically do things I want to remember about last year because what that ends up being is our about last year. Okay, so those are typically the things you want to remember. But there are things I want to forget about last year. I don't know about you guys, the things I want to forget. And that's kind of part of what we do at the end of a year or start of a new year to kind of wrap it up and put a bow on it and set it off to the side. So this is another list. Things I want to forget about last year is a list that we've been doing probably for the last 3 or 4 years again as part of a fresh start. So that one will need to go right here. And I will end up, I will do our last list of the day right here. And this is going to say about last month, or excuse me, about in the news December. So that's what we'll do there. And then we will do this guy here. So for this list, we are going to use some products from Birdsong. And I decided that this morning. We're still using In the Record. We're using In the Record today for our In the News list. So don't worry about that. I gotta put this away. Birdsong. So Birdsong is a 49 and Market collection that came out That came out last year, kind of maybe September, October-ish, maybe, of 2024. But I thought it'd just be I really like, when it comes to this list, things I want to forget, I just like it to be really neutral. The product I'm using, neutral. I don't want it to be an angry list, right? Because there are things that happen, and when I do my about things I want to forget about last year list, some of the things are in my life, and some of the things are just in the world, just things I want to forget. Heather said, this will be a tough list for me, Lael. Maybe you can give me a push start. Okay. So I will tell you, one of the things I want to forget about last year is unhealthy habits. Okay. So I'm not deep diving into what that means. I have had some very unhealthy, eating habits, non-exercising habits, things like that, in 2024 that I would like to forget about and start the year fresh. So that's one of the things, and that's not, necessarily it's not really a hard thing. It would be a hard thing for me to do, to start fresh, but not necessarily a hard thing for me to write about. I want to forget about cancer, and I'll talk about that a little bit. I want to forget about Alzheimer's. I'll talk about that a little bit on my list. I want to forget about politics. So politics in general, and I'm not going to, on my list, I will say nothing more on my list than politics, because it's not important for me to get into the what, the where, the why, the how, all of that of what played out. Either way, in 2024, because there was a lot of political stuff, right? But I just want to forget about politics. There were a lot of politics happening in 2024, and they're happening all the time, but they were really concentrated in 2024. And I just want to forget about all the infighting and backstabbing and all of that. So another thing on my list. So I will have probably, I don't know, let's see how many things I have on my list. I have kind of a lot of things, maybe 12. But you could have one thing. You could have two things. You can decide if you had something that was really, really, really difficult that you want to forget. Maybe you had a death in the family. Then you may decide to put that on your list, and you may not. Or you may spend most of the time talking about that on your list. Sometimes our lists are not bulleted lists like that. Sometimes we're talking a little bit more about things, like expanding upon them a little bit. Just looking here. This one, a couple of these things I expanded on a little bit more. So really, it's your list. You get to decide what goes on there, what doesn't. And if something like this is just too much, if it's just too much for you, you might even just think about putting it on a piece of paper, going through the exercise, and then putting it in a ball and throwing it away. That's your way to forget about it. You may not necessarily want to record it, but it may be a useful exercise to write it down and then crumple it up and throw it away or burn it, right? I don't know. But maybe that process of physically going through that will help to forget some of the things that you really want to forget. I mean, not forget, but help to close the door on those things. All right, so Birdsong. Let's grab I'll show you my sketch for this. Here's my sketch for Birdsong. I mean, not for Birdsong, for this list, things I'd like to forget in 2024. So my plan is so I need to think about something here. My original plan was I was going to do the list directly on the insert, kind of like I did this one, right? The one we just did, I did directly on the insert. But when I do that, I need to think about a couple of things. I need to first look to see what happened prior. So if I'm doing that here, I need to turn the page back and see what I did here. Because I have done my list directly on the page here, I don't think that I will also do my list directly on the page here. And it's not because I care that they're both on the page, because we've got that going one after another, but it's because whatever I do here directly on the page can affect what we see here. So I will be stamping here. And when I stamp here, I may end up with a little bit of ghosting or shadowing on the back side. So if I don't want the ghosting or shadowing of what I'm stamping here to affect what I did here, if I think about that before I just jump right in, if I think about it before, then I'll prevent maybe a little mistake from happening that I don't want this list to be affected by what I do here. So with all of that said, I'm going to change a little bit what I was going to do, and I'll do bases. What I mean by bases, like that was a base. I did the base first and then did my list on top of the base. So basically just like that. All right, so let's pull out Birdsong. We've used Birdsong a couple of times. Now I think I want, whatever I'm doing here, it's a beautiful collection, really bright, contrasting colors like that navy and like the that teal. But really, I think what I'd like to go with, I want things to be really, I want this to be really subtle because of what my next step is going to be. So I'm not there. So let's take a look at, let's take a look at wherever we are. Did I just move? I just, hold on. Yeah, I just pulled those out. We don't want to do that. All right, this is going to be in the news. So we are right here. All right, so I want something really subtle. So let's just pick, I won't be writing my list directly on here. Although I could, right? I could if we went with those two pieces. So those are kind of the neutral sides, right? I want this to be pretty soft because some of the things are, some of the things are like politics I want to forget. And that's kind of maybe a little bit, something for a little bit starker, but a lot of things on my list I would like to kind of be a little bit softer. So pink, just trying to see what I have on the back sides here and what I haven't used. We may end up using, we'll probably end up using the blue because I have two that I have not. We'll do that. All right, so those are going to be my bases. Let's go ahead and cut those down. And now that I am working off the page, I can work completely off the page. I'll put my insert off to the side. And then when these pages are done, I will come back in and adhere them to my insert. All right. I've missed so much in the chat, you guys. I've just been zipping away here. So anything like memorable happen over the holidays? Any babies or engagements or announcements, anything like that in your world? Graduate, well, I don't know. I guess it could be graduations, even though it's not that time of year, but any amazing things happen? Did you get an amazing Christmas present that you're so excited about? Did your kids surprise you, or grandkids, or friends, or did your pet let you sleep through the night and that was the most amazing thing ever? And if you've never experienced that, then it's the most amazing thing ever when it happens. All right, I'm just going through here. Let me just pull all these things out. All right, this one I store, this collection. Usually the 49 and Market ones I store in my storage pouches, my craft storage pouches, because of their products. Some of them are taller, like the laser cuts and also the rub-ons. But I think what I may end up doing with this one, I may just go exclusively rub-ons. So let's see what we have. Let's see what we have. Nothing is put away. It's all, well, it was put away in one thing, but everything is just kind of loose and floating here. All right, here we go. Rub-ons, rub-ons, rub-ons. There are a couple of different packages of rub-ons here. Let's get these all separated. Once I do the rub-ons, I may come back in and add a laser cut or two as an additional layer. So we'll see there. Alrighty. These little pieces are falling out. Okay. So, do I want to, I don't think I can do that. I was gonna say, do I want a list on that? It's just not me. I need to have white. So I'm going to pull out some white cardstock, and then I'll just have a nice soft light blue border. Barbara said, yes, my youngest gave me the best Christmas present, and now it's Christmas Eve. They were expecting baby due August 6th. Their first, Barbara, that's so exciting. Congratulations. Now, that would be your first grandchild too? Very exciting. Okay, so now I gotta answer all these. I gotta read all these now that I asked the question, right? Let's see. TK's son got engaged at Epcot on New Year's Eve. Oh, I bet that was so fun. And that's just one of those things that even if you're a stranger to watch, it's just that's such a neat thing to see when that happens. I love that. April got a grand dog, very cute, a little fluffy lab named Rain, super cute. Let's see. Luisa's daughter finished college in December. She'll walk in June. Now the real world begins. She's a little nervous, right? I know, right? Congratulations, exciting. Tammy is another new granddaughter this Christmas with wonderful holiday. Both kids have one girl now, and this Mimi is loving spoiling those. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Karen said, nope, nothing. Stayed home and I'm still single until he gets here. But that's good, right? It's coming. It's coming, Karen. Let's see. I don't want to forget anything. Carrie got a Lail by Mel gift certificate. I love it. Her package came today. That's a fun gift, right? That's a good one. Barbara, she has so this is your sixth grandchild, but first from another child. That's so fun. I love that. Angie said her daughter got married in October and is due with her first baby in May. Very exciting. Something to look forward to, right? Something to look forward to. And here's the other thing, you guys. As we're kind of talking about our lists that we do this time of year, another one that's coming, not today, but I think next week, is things I'm looking forward to this year, right? Things I'm looking forward to this year. Leonie turned 60 on Christmas Day. So privileged to age. There you go. Something to be thankful for, right? Happy birthday. Happy belated. That's a big birthday. Carrie's daughter got into vet med school and got engaged. Oh my goodness, that's exciting. TK gifted her son the 6x8 Disney album she made in class with me to commemorate their trip. Their engagement trip. Oh my God. Well, they're right. Oh, that's so fun, TK. I love that. That's so cool. All right. Okay. Jack, our son Jack got engaged in August. So Louise said they are getting married in 2026, early 2026. Oh, Karen, I like that. One of the lists Karen is going to work on in the future is a list of things I plan to learn this year. Things I want to learn, right? That's a good one. All right, so let's do this. We need a piece of white cardstock. Oh, I already got it. I am going to make a base, and it's just me. It's just me being weird, so. This piece is 4 3/4 by 8. That gives me a nice white border around my page. So with this one, I will do, let's try 4 1/4. How about, oh no, by 7 1/2. Let's do our 7 1/2 here. 7 1/2 by 4 1/4. There's one base. And 4 1/4. Here is another one. Okay. There we go. I have lots of things to go on my things I'm looking forward to this year list, but we won't talk about that now because it's coming. All right, so I need a little bit of a contrast. So I am going to, let's see what we want to do. If we are working with, let me just look at a few of these rub-ons. If we have, I need to figure out how I want to do this. If we have, I need to ink the edges of the white. So it brings in a little bit more color. And so I am going to pick a color. And I'm thinking maybe that we might work in maybe peacock feathers. Let's see. Where's the blue? Peacock feathers. I think that will work because as I start to look at some of the colors here, like these colors, I don't know. Peacock feathers might be a little much. No, we're going to use it because then we also need something for our stamping color. So let's do peacock feathers. All right. Inking the edges. I am getting out. Oopsie. Don't mind me just dropping things right and left. Peacock feathers. All right. Let's pick that up. And pick that up. Those need a different place to live. All right. So I am going to ink those edges, and I am using, this is a little storage solution for your little foam daubers, all right? Peacock feathers is right here. And there's my little tool. There is my little foam dauber that is peacock color. And I am going to, in a circular motion, run that around on top of the ink pad and just ink my edges. If you are here for mixed media, this is it. This is about as mixed media as I get, which I do realize is not mixed media at all. I'm just inking the edges. If you're looking for mixed media, go to my friend Vicky's channel. She's amazing, but I am not mixed media. But I do like to, I use my inks primarily for stamping. Really, that's 98% of my ink usage is with stamping, and probably 2% of my ink usage is for inking the edges of a piece of white cardstock. Very predictable. All right, so then see the difference there? It really just helps to make that pop, so it's not just so soft. Soft isn't a bad thing, but Terry got her husband gave her a Cameo 5 silhouette for Christmas, and she's made a goal with that. I love that. She's setting a goal of 5 projects or use it at least 5 times a month, right? That's a great goal. That is a great goal. So another list that we will be working on over the next month is things that you want to work on for the year. To you, that might be resolutions. To other people, it might be things that you want to focus on. And I know sometimes when we have a list like that, you're like, oh my gosh, New Year's resolutions never work for me. Or you're like, I don't want to talk about having to lose weight or having to gain weight or having to exercise more or having to exercise less or having to not watch as much TV or whatever it is. But that goal that Terry just brought about, if those kind of things that really aren't your thing, that you don't want to talk about what you need to do, you could do something like that. Do you have crafting goals? Do you have travel goals? Do you have really any kind of goal, right? So kind of be thinking about that too for the future, because we'll get there. We're just not quite ready to talk about that yet. I know, Denise. Okay. Okay. But if I flip it over, it still gets all, I don't understand the flip over thing, I guess. You mean like this because then you can just get it out? I don't know. I'm going to have to ask you about that. You're going to have to tell me because I don't quite get that. That's my blonde showing. Now I need to clean off my fingers because I have a little bit of peacock feathers on my fingertips. All right, so our list here is things I want to forget about last year. Things I want to forget. TK said, did you put something over the round discs on the outside of the box in the dauber keeper? Mine fell off. I did not until Tim stopped releasing. Tim said, I'm done releasing colors. Once he was done releasing colors, then yes, I just put clear packing tape over the top. So it's like 3 strips of clear packing tape. And so those are all now there. All right. They're just there, ready to roll, ready to be safe. Louisa said, I'm hoping for another YouTube live collaboration with Vicky. You did great with mixed media when she coached you. I know we had a lot of fun, right? We need to be together. We need to be together to do that. I'm trying to get her to come see me in the next couple of months. Although between her travel schedule and my travel schedule, that does get sometimes a little hectic. So we've just got to fit it in, right? We were talking about that the other day on our marathon 2.5 hour chat session. All right, here we go. Now, I need to round my outside corners because that's what I do. I round the outside corners of my list because my inserts have rounded corners. So I like those corners to be rounded. Just a personal preference. Okay. And now we will do our little outlining. Kind of the basic things that I guess when I go to start a new list, these are kind of the basic things that I do. Here we go. My little Sharpie here. All these things that we do. This is how I get my creative play in. Because a lot of times I have to create on demand. If I'm designing a new kit or trying to design a new stamp set or something like that, that I have to create more on demand. This is me playing. And so it doesn't bother me if I'm working on a list that takes 2 hours or if it's something that I can do in 5 minutes. I say though, the only thing that you only need 2 things to do what we do together. Something to write with and something to write on. Outside of that, you do you. If you want to spend a lot of time and do stamping and inking and outlining and rub-ons and die cuts and stickers and all those things, then you should totally do that. If you're like, I like the idea, but I don't have time for all that, then take a Traveler's Notebook insert or take a notebook and write your list and throw an extra sticker on there if you feel like you want to add something crafty to it, or put a die cut on there, or put a strip of washi on there, or just leave it plain. But the whole point is that we're here and we're playing and we're having fun and we're being creative, but we're also telling a story, right? We're telling our story. Okay, so let's see. I had looked at this guy. So this sheet here was kind of speaking to me. One of the things that you want to do when does that have staples in it? It does, okay. When you take rub-ons out of the package, and I did not do it, well, I did it with some of these, but not all of these. When you take rub-ons out of the package, when I'm being good, what I like to do is to staple the sheets together. And when I say staple the sheets together, I don't mean all of the designs in the package. I mean, when we look at here, there are 2 sheets. You have your rub-on or your transfer sheet with the design, and you have the protective sheet that sits behind it. Something really important, and I think is a really important reason why you want to staple, is you don't want those sheets to become separated until you're ready to use them. If these sheets are separated, the rub-ons are basically a transfer. They work by applying pressure to them. So if you no longer have your little protective sheet in the back, and this is somewhere on your work surface or on your project, and you happen to put your hand down on it and you're doing something, the pressure is applying, and in some cases you will transfer the rub-on somewhere where you don't want it. So I always try to staple those 2 sheets together, and then that's helping to protect, right? Next thing, if I want to work with this rub-on right there, I want to cut that away from the sheet. And these are just my personal preferences, right? You do you. I have been scrapbooking, crafting, well, not crafting even, but scrapbooking for 28 years. I have done a lot of things over the years. I've used lots of rub-ons over the years. These are my little tips that I think will make a big difference. These 2 guys, right? Well, I don't want them to become separated, so I'll still use them at some point in the future. But I am going to, got that jammed somehow. I've got 2 little guys there. I will staple that. There we go. So those don't get separated and I don't end up with stray birds, right? We don't want stray birds. Okay, so I now have just this little guy. I'm not trying to work with the whole sheet. I'm just working with the piece I want to work with. So my idea is to make just some like little layers, kind of things shooting up out of the ground. And we'll start with this guy. We'll start with this guy over here. Peel that backing off. I no longer need that backing. That is one of the little tools, the little Lick-A-Maid stick. I always say that's like a Lick-A-Maid stick, right? Remember when you were little kids and you'd put the little white candy stick into the straight sugar and lick it off? Yeah, that's what I think that looks like. Anyhow, so I am going to put this guy right here. The trick with rub-ons is once you set it down, do not let go. Do not let go. That is the most important thing when it comes to rub-on. So I'm always going to be holding on somewhere, always. Right now I'm holding on there. So as I come up here, I am just rubbing that little tool across the rub-on. Okay, but I am not letting go. I can't even stress how important it is that you don't let go. This is one continuous piece of art. It's like one continuous transfer. And if you let go and that moves, if it just moves even a little tiny bit, you will get a crack or a jump in your rub-on. So you want to always be holding on. Now I need to move where I'm holding on, right? Because I need to be able to get down here. And I'll just continue this little process until I think I'm like, I wonder, am I good? Do I have everything rubbed on? Remember what I said earlier? Don't let go, never let go. I still, even though I think I've kind of transferred everything, I am still going to hold on because as I start to lift up that top sheet, I will see if there's any part that did not get rubbed on. If there's any part that didn't get rubbed on, I go, lay it right back down and then just rub in that area because I haven't moved it. I can do that as long as I haven't moved that sheet. If I have moved that sheet, then good luck trying to get that back in the same place. All right, now that one was just like a little watercolor splotch, but so it was okay. So now, still holding on. That holding on is so important when it comes to working with rub-ons. If you've never worked with rub-ons or you haven't worked with rub-ons in a long time, those things will help immensely. So now we'll just kind of rub over the top there. Actually, I should be rubbing over the top with this. Rub over the top with that little piece that was the backer just to make sure that everything is kind of nice and rubbed on. That's the beauty of rub-ons. Once you're done, it looks like that was printed right on the paper, right? You don't have the outline like it's a white sticker. You don't have any additional dimension as if it was a die cut. You just have that really nice result. All right, so now let's start looking at what else we might want to go along here as we're decorating. So we have some yellows. Maybe we'll come over here and we'll flank it on this side with a yellow. So we'll do the same thing here. We're going to trim out what we'd like to work with. So this collection is Birdsong from 49 and Market. It is linked in the What I'm Using, or it's found under the What I'm Using link in the description of the video. So if you follow that, it will take you to the page on my website of what I'm using, and this will be there also. This particular set of rub-ons that I'm using from the collection is just the Birdsong blendable rub-ons. They're basically just kind of the basic rub-ons. There's 3 different rub-ons in the collection, but it's just the blendable one. And somebody asked once, well, what does it mean if they're blendable? Like, what does that mean? And I said, it's just a different name for them. If they have 3, they've got to come up with a name for them. And so that's one of the names for them. It doesn't, I mean, we have played around with it before. You can layer rub-ons on top of each other, but that's not what that means. It's just a different, if you have 3, one is named A, one is named B, and one is named C. So blendable is, basically just a name. Just a name. All right, so as we continue, I am, again, not letting go. In fact, I think that should be here. I wonder if they just got here. I need to look. I have a brand new tool, not mine. It's not a Lail by Mail tool, but it's a tool that I brought in. They have to be here. I wonder if they just got here yesterday. This It is a, they're not on the website yet. I'll put them on this afternoon, but this is a Tonic Studios tool. This is meant for embossing, but has these little rollers on it. I mean, it's not a roller, it's just these little balls. So that, I think will be a really good tool. Now, nothing wrong with that little stick that comes with, that comes with the 49 Market rub-ons, but this I think is going to be just kind of little bit of an easier tool to work with, since we don't have the basic gray rub-on tool anymore. All right, let's see here. Let's start peeling away. Make sure that everything is rubbed on. Some rub-ons, like I find the 49 Market rub-ons are pretty sticky. And when I say sticky, I mean that they tend to adhere pretty easily. Even if they're not already adhered, they're not quite all removed from the backer sheet. As I'm lifting that up, they're kind of adhering on. But all rub-ons are, they're all rub-ons, but they're all created a little bit differently. So for example, the Simple Stories rub-ons are also awesome, but I find they're kind of not as sticky. So you need to work at them a little bit more. I mean, not a lot, but to get them to, all right, but I'm still holding on, right? You notice how I'm still holding on, and now we'll remove from here and we're good. We're good. We'll do that just to kind of rub over that, make sure everything is nice and straight. All right. So we're kind of making our own pattern paper here a little bit, right? Yes, Amy found this. Amy said, hey, this would be a great rub-on tool to use, even though it's not for rub-ons. It doesn't scratch the surface, right? Because you don't have like this, you don't really have a hard, like a point, a blunt edge. This is just a nice round smooth. So that'll be on the website later today. I just forgot about those. All right, so now what else? What else do we want to add? We have some more of those little things. We have some more. If I wanted to make this look a little bit different, that has a bird, that has a bird. Maybe I don't really want to continue with the bird. So we don't need to have so many birds. All I'll do here is I'm just going to cut the bird away. I won't use the bird on this one. And I also don't have to make it as tall as these others, right? I could really start it wherever I want on the rub-on sheet. Oops, let's go ahead and staple that back together again. That's important. Actually, let's get this off because we don't need that. Everything on that sheet is a rub-on, even that. So you just need to be aware of that. You probably don't want that on your project, I would imagine. I would imagine you don't want that on your project. All right. So this little guy, here, maybe we just kind of put it, let's look. I'd like this one to kind of nestle in, just nestle. Maybe it nestles right about, kind of like the way that nestles there. A little bit. So this we're just going to cut right off. Along the bottom there. Ooh. I will tell you, they will also stick to your desktop because your work surface, because I've done that before. All right. So we'll just kind of do this little guy on here. And I am layering, right? I have some of that red is on top of the yellow. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Still holding on. We want to be like Elsa. Oh, not like Elsa. Reverse of Elsa, right? Don't let it go. Okay, so that one, did you see? It really hadn't adhered yet. So I was able to lay it right back down and I was okay. Oopsie, there's another one. Hadn't quite adhered. I know when I start to get down to the bottom like that, it's a little bit harder for you to see what I'm doing. So I'm trying to maneuver this so you can still see. All righty. Now I don't know if you'll be able to see that. Do you see kind of those little cloudy pieces there, and there? Those are parts that didn't get rubbed on. But if I have maybe like a little white space somewhere, I can now transfer those into like a little bit of that white space. Like if I feel like I need a little bit more just in some of those areas, then I can do that. So there's not a lot, I mean, you can continue to use even like your little one-offs, right? You've got these little one-off circles or one-off pieces that maybe didn't come off or you didn't use. So I just filled in a couple of those spaces there that were a little bit blank with those rub-ons. Alrighty, so now we need, we don't want that. Let's look at some of the laser cuts. So I love layering the laser cuts, the 49 Market laser cuts with the rub-ons, because the laser cuts now are going to be very fine, intricate pieces, right? They're cut with the laser. So it just kind of gives it a little bit of a different dimension than the flat rub-ons. Snow plows out there. All right, so like this little guy. If we wanted to, there's a lot of spindly things in there. Why don't we just kind of cut some of these away? Could this guy go in here? Sure. Just fill in some spaces. Just playing with lots of layers. And this, what we're doing here, obviously I'm doing on a list, but if you're a card maker, you could do it on a card. You could do it on a scrapbook page. You could do it in a mini book. Really, you're just kind of creating a little bit of your own, like a little bit of your own background, right? If you're somebody like me that likes to work with a lot of white, this is a way to kind of have your cake and eat it too, right? Because I'm still using all of these beautiful things, but I'm having a nice white base. Especially if you're writing, right? If you were just adding a photo to it, you'd be, you know, it wouldn't be hard to use. But because you are adding or writing on it, sometimes you need a little bit more of a blank space. I kind of feel like he needs to go in here. What if we just do this? We're just going to cut part of this guy off. So just playing, right? And if you're like me, you could probably sit here for 2 hours and do this. And I have no problem doing that. Probably because I, how do I want to use this one? Probably because, like I said, this is pure play for me. It's not work, it's play. And so sometimes I feel like I could play all day long. Sometimes I don't want to stop because like I don't want to work. I want to play, I want to keep playing. Let's see, now I've pretty much butchered that whole thing off. Huh? Just work it around a little bit, maybe. We'll just put it down. So what's on your agenda for the rest of the weekend? Have you been off since before Christmas? If you work outside of the home or inside of the home, have you been off? Well, if you work inside of the home, if you are a, I don't know, what's the appropriate word? Homemaker? I don't even know. Because you're still working, right? You are still working. Does it seem like it's like, I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore. I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore. Let's see. Bella Stella said the laser cuts are so intricate, makes it hard to believe it's paper. I know, right? Oh, there we go. If you're a domestic goddess or household management, yeah, right? So it does. They're really fun. So it's just kind of adding a little bit of texture because the rub-ons are flat. That just gives it a little bit of extra dimension, which is nice because it's still pretty flat. When we're working in a traveler's notebook, I don't necessarily want to have a lot of dimension because when I turn these pages, when they're in my insert and I turn the pages, it's hard to, if I have a lot of dimension, I can't really write, right? So this is a way to have a little bit of dimension without, maybe we need to start, oh yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mix in the colors. So we'll just add these guys right like this. So for me, in a traveler's notebook, it's almost like I'm adding like a layer of chipboard or something, but I really can't because it's too much dimension, but it's still giving it the look of extra dimension. Oh yes, all right, I like that. And I'm just using my little glue pen, right? Because some of those little pieces are so fine. All right, what else do we have? What else do we have here? We need a little bit of yellow over here now, right? A little bit, I don't know. These guys are kind of big yellows. Let's see. This one, I don't think I've talked about what set this is of the, I'm looking for my packaging, of the, oh my goodness, of the, of the laser cuts. I've just got a mess here. I'm trying to find where my package is of the laser cuts. I don't know where it is. So it's one of the laser cuts. It's one of the laser cuts. This is probably the wildflower one, I would imagine, because there's all these flowers. That's what I'm going to say. All right, let's look at these little yellow ones. You can tell I have used quite a bit of these laser cuts. I love the flower laser cuts. So laser cuts, different than die cuts in that they're cut with the laser. Like that is so intricate. If you've ever wondered what the difference is, that's what the difference is. They are, I think we'll just do that. This is actually, it is similar, a little bit similar in design to a things I wanted to forget about last year list that we did a couple of years ago, where it had things kind of along the bottom. All along the bottom. And you're like, Lael, you're not going to have room for your list. I sure will. Title, list. So we'll be good. Have no fear. Have no fear. Jessica. Hello, Jessica. Just got back from puppy training class. Ready to list? Yeah, we're having fun with the birdsong collection from 49 and Market. And we're just making a little we're kind of making our own pattern paper almost, aren't we? We're a little bit making our own pattern paper. And then we're just filling in we're just kind of filling in a little bit, some pieces. Ooh, I like that. This is becoming very colorful. Right? Lots of color. This type of collection, we're always, so in your arsenal of products, at least this is how I think, in my arsenal of products, as I am working with different products, I absolutely, of course, need to have like Christmas and Halloween and things like that. But it's nice to have collections that are neutral. And that's what I would call this. I call this a neutral collection because I can use this for anything, right? I can use this for things I want to forget about last year. I could use this for my favorite memories as a child. I mean, I could pretty much use this for anything because it's not too themey. We'll put that little yellow one right there. All right, we just need a little bit more down here and we need some blue on this side because we have blue over here. We need a little bit of blue over here. So let's see what we can find. I love it when I have a sheet that looks like that. That means that I used it, right? Sometimes we buy the things and don't use the things, and that is discouraged, right? That is discouraged. It's important to use the things. Otherwise, they're just gonna, I don't know about you, but for me, things like that, and it could be clothes, it could be socks, it could be jars of pasta sauce. I don't know, whatever it is that you tend to buy a lot of. If I'm not using the things, I start to get a little anxiety because then there's too much and I can't find what I want, and then I don't have time to go through everything, and yeah, so it's a good idea to use what you buy. There have been, like I said, I've been paper crafting, I guess I should say, for about 28 years. And I cannot tell you how many things that I have not thrown away. I shouldn't say thrown away because I don't throw it away, but that I have down the line given away or donated because I bought 8 sheets of the same piece of paper because I loved it so much. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is my favorite paper ever. I want to have this to continue to work with forever. And then didn't want to use it because I loved it so much. So kept it and kept it and kept it. And then finally one day, like, been like, why did I even keep this? Like, I don't like this. It's 10 years later. I don't even like this anymore. Why did I keep it? So use it. Use the things. If you're buying the things, use the things. Don't save the things. You know, if you're excited because you think you might be a grandma one day and that's going to happen in 10 years, use the things now. In 10 years, something will come along and you'll be like, oh, I'll use that. That'll be great. That's my TED Talk. Oh yeah, that doesn't go there at all. Okay. I just need a little something over here. I've got a little bit of a white space. So let's look to see maybe what we do. Maybe we pull in, let's pull in some little splotches. So on a sheet like this, I love this kind of design because you have this large piece of art that looks very, it's very mixed media. It's had ink and stamping and all different kinds of things. But then you kind of have these stray splats. Those stray splats you could use as that whole piece, but you could also use stray splats for just like places to put, you know, to fill in places, right? So I'm going to do that. Let's grab, not grab, but let's, whoopsie, let's cut. Oh, I also have this too. Whoopsie. That's why you don't want things laying around because I just lost part of that. Maybe this just goes in here. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so let's cut this part away. And now we're going to throw this part away. I mean, I don't necessarily, it's just kind of partial. So let's do this right in here. Like that. And then we'll be ready to work on our list. But you guys sometimes, right? This is like sometimes if you take a scrapbooking class, mini book class or whatever, sometimes you take the class and you make the project and you never add your photos because the making of the things is just as much fun. Kind of like this. I mean, of course, I'll add a list to it, but sometimes it's just the making of the things that's a lot of the fun. I won't say all the fun. I'll say a lot of the fun. All right, now I do have a really sharp line right there, don't I? I have a really sharp line from that, but that is okay. We are going to add, what if we add right here, maybe a little butterfly in there? Little butterfly right there. Little butterfly right here. Let's look at some more butterflies. I'm just kind of filling in some of the holes, right? Oh, what did you do today? Oh, I watched some lady on YouTube put butterflies and flowers on a piece of paper, right? Pretty much what we're doing. But it's fun. It's fun. I'm looking for, if I was a little bit more organized with my things, I wouldn't have these different stacks of rub-ons and then my laser cuts because I'm looking for my laser cuts. I would like to have some more butterfly laser cuts, but maybe we'll just put this guy here. Maybe we'll just put this little butterfly over in here. I don't like those there. We're going to leave it. We're just going to leave it, even though part of that flower's cut off. We'll fix that. We'll just put that guy there. I've told some of you this. You've heard me say this before, but it's quite amusing because this, my talking out loud, my stream of consciousness, which is just basically what happens right now, has transferred to real life because I am so used to having to talk and fill the space. I couldn't just sit here and work without like literally stream of consciousness going because it would be weird, right? You guys would think that you'd lost me or lost sound. So that is translated into my real life. So I basically verbalize everything that I do all day long. I'll be like, okay, so now, and literally, if it's going through my head, I'd be like, okay, so now I need to go in the other room. I really need to change the laundry. But before I change the laundry, I should probably take my cup of coffee out of that. So the stream of consciousness that most of us have going on in our heads every day with me, but it actually is not in my head. It's verbal. All right, let's take a quick hydration break. 12:34. It is angel time. Angel time. If you have not had anything to drink in a bit, take a quick break and have a hydration. Okay, that's important. All right, so now we're ready. We're ready for our title. For our title, I am going to use the All the Things stamp set. So the All the Things stamp set has been around for a couple of years now, and it is kind of like a Garanimals stamp set. Remember Garanimals, and you'd match the top with the shirt and then the socks with the vest, I don't know, whatever. This is a kind of a buildable stamp set. So there's two parts to this stamp set. The first part is the little prompts. The prompts are things like my favorite things about, things I'm, things I'd like to, and things I. So those are your little prompts. And then you're pairing those with the handwritten words. My favorite things about this summer, or my favorite things about winter, my favorite things about last year, this year, things I'm looking forward to this year, this month, next year, next month, things I'd like to do over, things I'd like to try, things I wish, things I'd like to do again. So it's just kind of a buildable mix and match stamp set. So this is the stamp set that I'm going to use for things I'd like to forget. Things I'd like to and forget is right here. So this is my 2024 things I'd like to forget. Things I'd like to do over. That is one. I don't know if we've ever done that list. And every time I see that and I kind of walk through that, I'm like, oh, things I'd like to do over. That's the one I think that we need to make sure to do in the future. Things I'd like to do over. If you could have a do-over, what would you do over? Right? I mean, it could be, I would, I don't know, you're going to laugh. I don't know where this came from. Not cut my toenails so short, and I didn't even do that. So I don't know how that popped into my head, but things you'd like to do over. They could be big things. Maybe not marry the person that you married the first time. Or maybe you'd like a chance to go to college right after high school. Or I think it's a fun list. I need to make sure that we do that in the near future because that's a good one. Anyhow, this one is things I'd like to forget about this year or last year, 2024, whatever it may be. We're back to our stamping blocks again. So I'm going to use, well, maybe 2 different stamping blocks. Let's see. Right size, right size. This is, I think, can make the biggest difference in your stamping is if you can try to right size your stamping block to your stamp. So I have different size stamping blocks. This one works really well. Things I'd like to forget. Actually, this can work for both of these. Things I'd like to. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a little space up here and I'm going to write 2024 right above that. And then it's going to say things I'd like to forget. 2024. Okay. So as I just kind of thinking about where I want that to be, we decided that we were going to use, I think we'll still continue with the theme of the peacock feathers. Did I put it away? Because I've got such a giant mess over here. Such a giant mess. Let's see, maybe I did put it away. I did. Look at me go trying to put things away. Unless I just saw something that as I was pulling that ink out, what if we went with, let's see, I'm looking for the green. I'm not sure if it's in one spot or the other. Shabby shutters. Just depends on where I put shabby shutters. Shabby shutters. Not quite. Not quite right. I just don't know if I want to do oh no, let's just do peacock feathers. Let's make it easy, Lael. Come on. Just make it easy. Where is, I should see the mess here. There's stacks of things everywhere. All right, so this will be my little test. Things I'd like to forget about last year. So I've said we're doing this, but we've talked that we're doing this list already, but we really haven't talked about maybe what would be on your list. Look at how nice and sharp and crisp that is. Things I'd like to. Love it. Okay, things I'd like to forget. What would you like to forget about 2024? Remember, we're tying it up in a bow and we're going to light it on fire. I mean, not really. That's not what we're doing here, right? We're not really going to light this on fire. But basically, this is our permission to let go of all of the things in 2024 that we would really like to forget. Heather. I missed something, Heather. Have we done it before, Tammy? Things I'd like to do over? Maybe we have. Maybe it's been a long time. I'll have to look. I will have to look. And the way that I'll look is I'll go through the idea books. That's how I'll know. Things I'd like to forget. Ooh, is that going to be okay? It will be. It barely fits, but it works. It works. April said if I burn, no, I won't burn it, right? I won't burn it. No, but you know what I mean. It's figuratively speaking, right? Figuratively speaking. Sometimes it's just you want to feel like you could burn it. Things I'd like to, okay, so now we've got a little issue here. How did I do this before? All right, so I'm going, and actually it's good that I stopped because things I'd like to forget. So what I should have done, I would have much rather done it like that. Well, now you can't really see what I'm doing, but I am going to modify something here, and then I will explain why. Okay, I purposefully made that off center. I will put something here to help decorate, but the reason I put that off center is this. Let me just do this again. I'll show you. So if this is here, there's my forget. And if I bring this little guy back out again, I was about ready to create a big old trapped white space. I'm not going to worry about that. Trapped white space. And you'll know exactly what I mean as soon as I stamp this. So this was about what was ready to happen. And I know it's a little bit hard to see because I've got something there, but I was creating this trapped white space there, this big old white space that would be really, really noticeable. When I looked at my list later, I'd be like, oh my goodness, look at that trapped white space. And you might not even know what that is, but when you looked at it, you would know something seemed off because there's that big old space that is just like stands out like a sore thumb. So that's why I put that over here. And now I will add just a little bit something over here. All right. And maybe that is where my little friends, the butterflies, are going to come in handy. We'll put a little butterfly over there. So you may not know design principles. You may not know the names of some things, but a lot of times you know exactly what it is. You know something's not right. You just don't know why. But that's a concept, trapped white space. And this is fine. That's just a tiny bit, and that's not a bad thing. But when you've got a big chunk of white space, or it could even be blue space, right? Basically blank space in the middle of something, sometimes it just does not look right. And that's why. All right, so let's find one of those little butterflies. We could do, how about if we'll do this red? This little red, it's not really red, it's more coral, I guess. We'll do this little coral one. Right there. See? I fixed it. No trapped white space. And I'm still holding on. Let's see what happens here. I don't know, I feel like we should be barricaded. Well, actually I am barricaded inside all day. Barricaded inside all day. And then I feel like we should have chili for something for dinner, right? Oh, Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Lisa said, Lael, my husband Steven wants me to tell you he says hi and thank you for your assistance with the gift card purchase. Oh my gosh, Lisa, that had me so stressed out. And it wasn't your husband. You guys, so Lisa's sweet husband bought her 4 gift cards for Christmas. And he got emails for 3 of the 4 that had the gift card codes. For some reason, the 4th one would never go through. And it's Christmas Eve day. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Steve, we'll get this figured out. We'll get it worked out. It'll be okay. And we just went through the ringer. And finally, I don't even remember what was going on, but we finally got it to go through. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he probably is just like, what kind of operation do you run here? I don't know. It's all automated, but it was like, holy cow. So I'm glad it worked out. And please tell him I said thank you as well. Thank you for his patience. And I hope you have fun shopping. What stamp set did I use? TK, on this one, we used All the Things. That is the All the Things stamp set. So Heather, I keep missing things. I keep seeing some things. Oh golly. So Heather, you had someone pass away, huh? I'm so sorry. And I'm like catching bits and pieces, so I'm not seeing the whole thing, but I'm so sorry. And you may have did we have the conversation about Alzheimer's, Heather? On a YouTube comment, maybe? I can't recall, but maybe that was you. Maybe it's ringing a bell. I'm so sorry. That's just, it's horrible. It is a horrible, 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 if that's what it is. All right. Okay. So no ma'am, not Alzheimer's. You lost your mom. Oh, and your grandfather. Oh my gosh, in 2024. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. And I apologize. I just mixed you up with someone else that I was having that conversation with. That any loss is hard. I'm so sorry, especially this time of year. All right, things I'd like to forget. Oh, last thing. We need a bullet stamp and then we'll be ready to roll. Okay, we're just about ready to start making our list. And I will tell you all the things that I would like to forget. So what do I want to use? Let's see. I may just want to use a regular old circle, a regular old bullet. Let's look. Or, you know what I'll use? I will use this little guy. Just this little asterisks. Little asterisks. And this is from Bullets, the original Bullets and More. So Bullets and More. Just Bullets and More. That's what it is. Bullets and More. Like I said, these guys have gotten such a workout. I use these, all of them. Well, I'd say I probably use original Bullets and More and Bullets and More 2 more than Bullets and More 3, just because Bullets and More 3 is newer. But of all 3, I probably use Bullets and More 2 most, if you are looking for a recommendation. All right, so now I need to just kind of thinking here about what I want to do. I think we might do a little preamble. So I don't want to write 2024 over there. So I'm going to do this. Like any year, 2024 has certain things I'd like to forget. All right, so there's my little preamble. That's how I get away from not writing 2024 up there. So now we have the things that I'd like to forget. And I think we'll probably just maybe stick with that same peacock feathers for my bullets. And these are in no particular order. All right, no particular order. Go back to my list here. I would like to forget Cancer. Several people in our life have battled with cancer. This year, last year, I'll just say recently. And it's been devastating to see them go through it. Now, with my preamble, I do need to do this because it's blending a little bit too much. Not sure if we'll like that. So this is where Friend the Pencil comes in. I feel like we need just a little bit of a line separator right there. I don't know, we'll let that sit there for a bit, decide if I want to use that. A pencil's always good for something like that if you don't want to commit, you're not sure. All right, so the next thing is my diagnosis at the onset of the year of degenerative disc disease and cervical spinal stenosis, which is a big long way of saying I have some issues in my neck that will progressively get worse. But it could be worse. So I would just like to have not been diagnosed with that. But it doesn't hurt, which is a good thing. But we'll see. We'll see where that goes. Crafty Carly said, I know the class coming up, but it seems like your process is that you make the list first, design the pages, and then figure out how the list will fit on the pages. Exactly, Crafty Carly. That's what I do. This is how I start. I have the list topic and I have the things on my list. So first the topic, then I have the items on my list. Then I kind of look at, that was my sketch, right? So I kind of have an idea of what I think I want it to look like. Then I decorate first. And then I put the list on there last. And that's just my process. Some people may have a different process, but for me, it's probably because I enjoy this part. So, I enjoy all of it, but it's the decorating part of it that really gives me a lot of satisfaction. So I want to make sure that I can get the decorating done and then I make my list fit on there. Now, sometimes I know, like I knew on this one, I needed to have a 2-page list because I had more things that would fit on a 1-page list. But other than that, aside from knowing the topic, knowing what's on my list and knowing what product I want to use, I just then everything kind of flows from there. So for me, I don't, other than a really rough idea, I really just kind of let it happen as it happens in my head. And sometimes, most of the time that works, but other times, sometimes it's like, ooh, that was kind of weird. That kind of was odd. Wait, what was spell check fail? What did I do? Did I spell something incorrectly? And guess what? If I did, totally okay. I'm not going to be worried about it. All right. Tracy said it still makes her nervous, right? So sometimes, here we go. Let's do this. I'm going to put this on for a minute while we chat. You may have heard the term analysis paralysis. The more you at least for me, what I find, the more I overanalyze things and the more that obviously I plan. I have to plan, right? I couldn't just be sitting here and saying, so what list should we do today? And then saying, oh, what product do I want to use? And then I'm shuffling everywhere trying to find things. That doesn't work for me. That may work for other people, but that doesn't work for me. I have to plan. But if I plan too much and try to really sketch out exactly what it's going to look like and exactly what product I'm going to use where, I would never get anything done. I would never do anything because I'd be analyzing it so much, trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to do, that I'd be paralyzed. I would never get anywhere. So, and I can say that, I've been crafting for a really long, paper crafting for 28 years. Don't kid yourself. I wasn't like that at the beginning, right? I wasn't like that at the beginning. There is a quote, or a little saying that, that years ago, I was taking a class at PlannerCon that the Reset Girl was teaching. This is probably 10 years ago. And one of the things she said was, don't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. Don't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. So, taking this, for example, if I'm just on the fly doing all this and you have to, because it's just what you need to do, analyze and figure out what you want to use and what goes where and all of that, that's totally okay. That's not something I need to do, but it's my middle, right? Or I don't want to say my end, but it's my middle. I've been doing this for a long time. It may be your beginning, so you need to spend more time. That would be like going to the gym on January 1st and seeing some woman bench pressing 800 pounds, which obviously not. But you'd look at her and go, oh my gosh, I can't even do that. I'm going to walk out the door. I can't do that. Well, you don't know where she is in her journey compared to where you are in your journey, right? So don't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. Heather, I love that one too. Yeah, that was just one of those that I didn't even have to write it down. That has something that's always stuck with me. I just thought that was we like to compare ourselves to people all the time, right? Compare ourselves. Those people have all of that. Well, you don't know how long they've been working. You don't know what relative died and left them a fortune. You don't know someone that's watercoloring. If I saw somebody watercolor, I'd be like, oh my gosh, it's amazing. I could never do that. Well, that person may have been watercoloring for 30 years and I just now picked up a watercolor brush. So that's the way I do it. Doesn't mean that's the right way. Doesn't mean that's how everybody does it. Doesn't mean that's how it needs to be, right? Right. Comparison is the thief of joy. Exactly. All right. So let's pull this little guy off again. Next thing we have, I would like to forget, I mentioned this. I would like to forget, I need to move this one because I need a little something to go there. I would like to forget, let's see. I'll put the devastating weather that caused so much damage damage in the US, right? The hurricanes, there was a lot. Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Milton. So I'd like to forget that. And that doesn't mean, here's the thing, you guys, that doesn't mean that I'm being insensitive and saying, well, I'm not going to worry about that, but just devastating. Those are things that I'd like to forget. It'd be nice if those things never happened. Unfortunately, they did. Those were things that I would like to forget. Another one, politics. And this would be like POLIT, politics. You'll notice I made that much larger and in more of a block print than I normally write, because that's how much I would like to forget politics. It was just consumed so much of our lives in 2024. And politics is never going to go away, unfortunately, but I would like to forget all the politics from 2024. I would like to forget my unhealthy choices. I didn't make some of the best choices health-wise in 2024. I'd like to forget those. And guess what? I'm the boss of me, so I can forget them, right? I can forget them. That just reminded me, let me look. I was thinking that, let me just look. So I was thinking that I would add this real life. I had that on my list of things to add. This is from Goal Getter, the Goal Getter stamp set that came out in November. We will be using this list throughout the year in 2025. But I thought, let's see. I thought as I'm heading over here, maybe, where would this go? Maybe real life goes right here, because all of this is real life, right? I think I'd like to put this over here. And it's not quite as soft as everything else, right? And that's okay. This I did not, clearly, I did not clean that last time. I must have been in a hurry. It's kind of like your dishes at night. It's much easier to put them in the dishwasher at night than wait till the morning when the food is stuck on. That food is stuck on there. So let's just clean that off. Let's just clean that off with my chamois. And then super important that I dry that off, okay? I'm not drying it off with the chamois. I'm just picking up that excess liquid. You really want to dry that off. If you're using a pigment-based ink, like a distressed oxide, you want to dry that off. If you don't dry that off, I'm drying that off with a microfiber towel so it doesn't, put little fibers onto my stamp. If you don't dry that off, my peacock feathers is going to, the color is going to change. Now, it's not going to be purple, but the color will be affected because a pigment-based ink, which is what a distress oxide is, pigment-based ink is water reactive. And so I would not like that to react with water. I would like that to stay the color that I like. Okay, real life. Real life. How do I write so straight? Tracy, it's my middle. Right? You get what I mean there? I don't know. I always have. I always have been able to write straight. We have had kind of on and off in the works. We need to add that to our list. I don't remember. Amy, if you're still here, we need to reinvigorate, bring back to the table our plan for the stencil that has the lines. I just write straight automatically. I just do. I don't know. I've written my whole, okay, obviously we've all written our whole life, but I've done a lot of writing my whole life. And I guess I can write straight. But not everybody can. I get that. And that may prevent some of you from doing things like this because you can't write straight. So we had in the works for a while. I'm not sure. I think we just went on the back burner. A stencil that you could use where you would basically, it would fit traveler's notebook size, and you could put the stencil down and put your, use a pencil to put your lines and then do your writing on the lines and then erase the lines. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amy. All right. She's going to find that for us. Well, for me, not for us, but well, for us too. For us, because eventually that will benefit us. All right. Now back up here to the top. What else? I would like to forget the global tech outages along with the cyber attacks. You guys remember those from last year? Cyber attacks that affected, let me look at my long list here of things. Healthcare, affected the healthcare, auto industry. Auto industry was primarily the dealerships. If you bought a new car or a used car in 2024 and it happened to be during the time when there was some kind of cyber attack on the auto dealerships, everything had to be done by hand. And if you've ever bought a new car or bought a used car at a dealership, the paperwork seems like it takes 20 years. And so when all that has to be done by hand, it takes like 30 years instead of 20 years. Nick experienced that earlier this year. Like to forget, oh my gosh, you guys remember this? The crowd strike. What was it? Oh, an update that affected the airlines. Remember what a global cluster that was? When people were stranded because it affected banks, it affected airlines, it affected hotels, it affected so many different things because so many of those industries were all using the same, right? CKR, CrowdStrike, yep. Using the same, not software, but software firewall, or I don't know, something like that. It wasn't firewall, but something behind the scenes that really caused some issues. So just in general, tech outages and oh my gosh, cyber attacks, because the attacks are not are no fun either. All right, what else do I have? Okay, I have artificial intelligence. AI, right? Here's the thing. And now I'm just chatting. Here's the thing. Oh, here's the things. Whoops. Oh, well. For all of the good it has the ability to do, it's incredibly frightening where it could take us. AI really seemed to take off in 2024. So that's double-edged sword. Ooh, whoopsie. Wrong end. That is a double-edged sword in my book. I was having a discussion with my stepdad at a Christmas party about that. And he was saying how amazing he thought it was and how exciting and how helpful it could be. And I said, yes, however, it also can be very, very, very scary, very scary. And we just don't necessarily know where that will take us, right? We don't really know where that will take us. Your husband, oh gosh, Jackie's husband got stuck in Miami for several days without his meds, 3 or 4 flight cancellations. That is crazy. That is, right? Scary, right? Really scary. Now, some of you, if you're in Canada, one of the things that might be on your list would be the Canadian postal strike, right? Because that just barely got not even fixed. It just stopped until later date, I guess, right? I'm not really up on that. But you talk about medication, Jackie. Well, people that have, they're like their medications, medications delivered by mail, checks delivered by mail, so many things that in Canada that affected. So maybe if you're in Canada, that'd be something that's on your list. You'd like to forget that. Hello, Linda May. Hello, hello. All right. So let's see what else I have. What are you guys forgetting for? What are you forgetting? What's on your list? Whether you're making a list or not, what are on your list of what you would like to forget about 2024? I also have, oh gosh, and this is just the ongoing wars and turmoil in Ukraine and in the Middle East. Now, I have to say this again. I am not downplaying any of these things by saying that I would like to forget by any means. It's very important. I mean, there's some really serious things that are happening that happen in 2024. So when I say, I'm not trying to be insensitive when I say I want to forget them. I would just like to, those things happened or still happening. It would be great if they weren't happening. That's what I mean when I say I'd like to forget. I don't want anybody thinking I'm very insensitive, okay? Let's see. Sydney, a Redeemed Rose 2024 victorious. What does that mean? What does that mean? Help me. Oh, Diane. Diane said, hello, I can't believe you're still going. Oh my gosh, yes. We still have another list to do after this, Diane. We're gonna be here a bit longer, right? Okay, on my list, I also have the recent plane crashes in South Korea and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, right? I have to see how I spelled that. K-A-Z-A-K. Kazakhstan. Those happened in a relatively short time of one another, and it seems like I don't know. We just don't hear about like major plane crashes a lot anymore. So that just seemed like a lot. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Sydney said a year with a lot of wins. Oh, good for you. I'm glad you've got a lot of wins. So yours would be things you want to remember, right? And we'll do another version of that. We call that about last year. We'll do that next week. So the things that you want to remember. But I'm glad that you had a lot of victories. That's awesome. That is awesome. Felt like forget means you wish they didn't happen. Exactly, April. Thank you. You just boiled that down very succinctly. So thank you. Papier therapy. Dissertation is on AI education. Very complex. Yes, I bet. Wow, I bet that's fascinating. I bet that is fascinating. All right. Okay, then this is the last one. At least on my list for now, right? Because I'm sure there'll be other things that I think of. But I don't even know how to put this. I'll just say this first because I don't know how to say this. The use of vehicles for like killing people. So with what happened on New Year's Eve in New Orleans, and then what happened in Germany in December on the Christmas market, where people are taking cars, trucks, what have you, and barreling through crowds, which to make a statement, to make a political statement, which is just, that's been happening, unfortunately, for years. But it just seems, and maybe because it's in the concentrated period of time, it just seems like it's a lot. It just seems like it's been a lot. So all of this is just off the top of my head. I mean, I know what I have over here, but as I'm writing, I'm just writing off the top of my head. Individuals using vehicles to drive through crowds and harm others to make a statement. And I don't even know what statement they're making. I don't even know if they ever figure out what statement they're making, because the people end up, getting killed, but that do those things. All right, so that's a list of things that I would like to forget about 2024. Oh, Linda May, one of your horses died. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's something that you would like to forget. Absolutely. April, mental health crisis, yes, right, definitely, because that's a lot of what leads someone to do things like that. Lee, I love that. I think that's a great way to wrap this list up. Lee said, this can be a very healing process, right? So just the things that you want to forget, and then you off, right? I mean, some of these things, especially if they're very personal things on your list, they don't ever go away, but, at least maybe being able to write them down and then close the page, close the book, can be healing. I think that was a great way to put that. Lee, thank you. Okay, friends. Okay. One age and the other West Nile. West Nile mosquitoes. Linda May. Yeah. I'm so sorry. That's just hard because they're like your pets, right? I mean, I've never had a horse. I've never really done anything with horses, but they're like your pets, right? So it's very hard. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right. Okay, so I believe I am going to come back in here just to wrap this up. There's two other things I need to do. I did decide I would like to do this just to make a little bit of a separator line here in between what I'd been writing. Okay, and then maybe I need to do two of those just to really make it obvious, because it's kind of like a subtitle. I feel like we need a little bit more of a space there. All right, there we are. And now I will erase. Oh, every time I go to erase something, I remember that my eraser's not there. All right, now we need to add a little date. So I think we'll just add a nice little subtle date, maybe right down here. This would be 1/25. There is my list of things I'd like to forget in 2024. Now we can bring back in our Traveler's Notebook. And if you've just joined me, this is completely deconstructed. The Traveler's Notebook is completely deconstructed because it was out for photography. And when it gets photographed, all of the pages get separated so that they lay flat for the idea book photography. So I will now add these back in. This is kind of the pages are everywhere. And I don't want to construct it again until I'm done with the insert, because when I am done with an insert, then I take the cover off and basically restitch everything back together. And I do that because the inserts, when you're done, end up getting so big because you've added so many things to them that sometimes you will, the staples in the center are no longer holding the pages together in the center just because you put so much in there. But other times, like this guy, you get so much that the pages just completely stick out the cover, right? They completely stick out the cover. And the cover also tends to get really kind of dirty as you've been working throughout the month. So then this is what I do. Once everything is said and done, I deconstruct it. I make a new cover that is wider, so it covers all of the ends of the pages, and then I just stitch it back together. So there's a video here on my YouTube channel of how to do, how to recover and insert. I think it's also under the, I want to say, if I didn't put it there, I need to, on the free classes page on my website. Okay, so there we go. That is our second list, things I'd like to forget. And we used TK, or Terry, we used peacock feathers. Whoopsie, we used peacock feathers for that. Kind of brings out the blue there. And then we used Birdsong, the Birdsong collection from 49 and Market. All right, so let me get all this 49 and Market stuff picked up, and we will do our last list of the day. So while I'm picking up, let's talk about this last list. So the last list that we're doing today is called In the News, and it is in the news for the month of December. I will tell you right off the bat, there are a couple of rules when it comes to in the news, and we've never had an issue, but I always just like to say this. News can be very political, it can be very opinionated, it can be very polarizing. So when I do my In the News list, it's just the facts. And I am pulling things that hit my radar related to news in a particular month. They may not have hit your radar. You may not care. You may not have even known that happened. You may have an opinion on something. You may not have an opinion on something. I may have an opinion on something. I may not have an opinion on something. But we keep everything to just the facts, because no one came here for political rants and raves, right? So we all have our opinions, and a lot of times they can differ. So for me, in the news, I am just saying the facts, and they are news things that kind of hit my radar. They may not have hit your radar. Some things are good. Some things may, in your opinion, they may be good, I should say. And in your opinion, some things may be not so good. In the News started way back when we were starting out doing About Last Month. So way back then, my About Last Month list was a mix of things in my world that had happened, and then also things that had happened in the news. Now that was during the pandemic, so there wasn't a lot happening in my world, right? There wasn't really a lot to list about. So it worked back then to do a list that had kind of things that were happening in my life and also in the news. Well, not long after the pandemic ended and after kind of things got back to some semblance of, I don't know, something, I don't even know if I could say normal, when we started doing things again and being out in the world, I had too many things. I couldn't fit on the same list about last month and in the news. So that's when we started separating, doing a list specifically for in the news. A couple questions I always get when we start to do an in the news list. Number one, where do you get all of your news? When I'm getting ready in the morning, the Today Show is always on and news on the Today Show. So I might hear something and I go, oh, and I have a running note on my phone. Okay, so I open the note on my phone and I write down Jimmy Carter died. I have an open note on my phone and I write down Beyonce performed in the halftime show at the whatever football game, whatever it is, right? So as I hear things like that, I open my note on my phone and I write them down or type them in. I also subscribe to a number of different emails that will send me news. It doesn't matter which ones I subscribe to. I have a list of news. Amy, I don't know if you'll be able to find it if you're still here. If you search in the news on the website, I'm talking to Amy, see if we can find this. There's a blog post. So I have put together a list of maybe 10 or 12 different news services that you can subscribe to. They're all free. And they're really more US based. I think there is one global on there, but obviously if you live in Australia, I don't know, email services that will email you Australian news. But they run the range of the spectrum. Some are very right-leaning, some are very left-leaning, and some are more centric. So tried to get as many different options as I could, but those, another place I get my news. So I get an email, and if there's something on that email that's giving me the news of the day or the news of the week or whatever it is, and it kind of hits my radar, I go, oh, open up the note on my phone and write it down. So that's where I get my news things from. Okay. So this is going to be, as I mentioned, a 2-page list. We are going to go backwards to this little space that we had. Oh, so I think here we go. Now I don't know where these came from as it got deconstructed. So let's see. Oh, can't go there. That's probably where. Oh, there it is. Don't mind me. There it is. So, my thought was this. We'll see how this will work over here. I may not be able to. No, I'm going to. All right, let me explain what my mind is doing right now. What I am trying to ascertain is whether or not my list here is directly on the page, so like this, where I listed directly on the page, or whether it is on a background, like this. The reason I need to figure that out is because if I am stamping on here, which is my plan, I'm not worried about here because I haven't done anything here yet. I can, whatever list I put here, I can, put on a background on and you won't see any ghosting or shadowing. Where we will see ghosting or shadowing will be on this side, right? So that's kind of a little bit what I'm worried about. Any stamping I do here will kind of ghost or shadow on that side. So we kind of need to be keeping that in mind. As we're keeping that in mind, once I have the things on my list, so from my phone, I then transfer it here so that I know what's on my list. I know what I want to be on my list. And then I go to Google and I look for photos that represent some of the things on my list. All right. So all of these photos represent different things on my in the news list. Sometimes I have more things on my list. Usually I have more things on my list than I have photos because there's only room for so many photos, right? So this was printed on Epson PictureMate PM400. That is a 5x7 print. 5x7, right? I used the Epson Creative Print app to print that. Oh, thank you, Amy. Amy will add the news outlet list. In fact, you know what? I think the news outlet list, it might be pinned to the top in the Lael by Mail Facebook group. Either way, we'll make sure it's added as a post in the Facebook group. So if you'd like that list of the different news sources, then you can get it in the Lael by Mail Facebook group. All right, so I used the Epson Creative Print app to print that. That is a template. It is a template, and the template basically has room for 2 across, 4 down, 8 photos. So I used something similar to that when I did this, right? Just different template. This was 3 across, 4 down. This is 2 across, 2 across, 2 down. What I am going 2 across, 4 down, Lael. What I am going to do here, though, I am not going to leave that way. I thought with this, I would cut all those little ones out. So if you've ever thought, oh, I'd really like to have a bunch of small little photos, well, there you go. Starting like that, that's a film strip. You guys have seen me before work on your kind of a photo booth strip, right? That's a photo booth strip. You just take that, cut it in half, and now you have a photo booth strip. So sometimes it is fun to work with like a little photo booth strip like that. But if that's not what you're looking for, then we just do this and trim all of those guys down. So now I am going to have 8 little photos. And these are just 8 little news photos. But you could do this exact same thing. Really, your About Last Month could be like this. Maybe you have your top, maybe you're doing a list about your favorite travel destinations and you have photos from different travel destinations. Or maybe you're doing a travel bucket list. So there are places you haven't been before, so you don't have photos from those destinations. Go to Google, Google Ireland. You'll find some amazing photos of Ireland if that's on your travel bucket list. Find ones that you like, right click on them, or click on them, I guess if you're in your phone. Click on them, save them to your camera roll, and then do something like this. All right, so now I have all those little photos to work with. So that's kind of going to break up my list here. We're just going to pull this out. It'll be a lot easier to pull this out. So these were just some things that, some photos that I pulled from things that will be on my list for, as we kind of organize these, we want to have different looking things together, right? And even though these are going to be, we probably don't want Beyonce, and I think I probably have more that I would like to use. We'll just kind of work on them like this. I won't necessarily be talking about each one of these. I think my plan is to just kind of be making my list around these things. And that is kind of, well, it's kind of what you see here, but not really, because those are different like stickers and things that I knew I wanted to use. So I thought, use this guy, and then maybe those two. This, I like the typewriter, but I really, the flowers coming out of the typewriter for what my list is about, news, doesn't really work. So guess what? That doesn't mean I can't use it. That just means I need to make it work for me, right? So if I just come in here like this and cut out those little flowers, now I have a typewriter that doesn't look so happy. And there's nothing wrong with the happy typewriter. It just really didn't work with my topic, right? And now a typewriter works really well. There's my typewriter without the flowers. I could still use those cute little flowers somewhere else. Not on this list, but. So this could kind of be, I don't know. It's not really my nature to do things at an angle like that, but I may end up doing things at an angle. You guys know. Well, I don't know. You may know me, you may not, but I really don't do things like that. I'm much more of a this needs to be straight kind of person. So maybe we'll just go back to that. I thought we could use the little tape recorder because the tape recorder, that's kind of funny because it's actually is pertinent to who's on the tape recorder, which is Beyonce. She was in the news. We'll talk about why. But so I'm just using some different die cuts to help kind of piece some things together. And then I will use stamps to, kind of supplement that. There was one more. It was, where is it? It is not happened. I mean, happened could work, but it wasn't happened. It was not documented, but it was just like that. It said record or record. Record. Where did it go? Nope, that's not it. The products that I pulled, was it happened? No, I don't think it was happened. Hold on. I did have it here. What did I write in that little box? Oh no, it did say happened. This is for the record, and this has happened over here. So I thought maybe the happened would kind of work that's where I'll put my December. I'll write December in there. And then I'm just kind of going to write my list of things in the news throughout here, but I need my title. So for my title, I have, and the news. Let's get out in the news. The in the news stamp set. I think I missed something. I don't know what I missed. But whoever's answering the question, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Record. I know, but see, it's not. Yeah. This is what I looked at my thing here. This record is that little guy for the record. And then I looked over here and it said happened. So then I knew it was this one. Thank you. Thank you for helping. Sometimes I need lots of help because I can't see it. Sometimes I can't see it. And then sometimes I just don't remember what I was going to do. All right. So I have 2 in the news stamp sets. We are working with In the News 2. And let's pull that little guy out and see what we would like to use here. I always love this one, this stacked news. So if that goes there, and then really I can just be writing my list kind of here. Maybe this needs to go up a little bit higher so it's not so boxed in. As we just kind of lay those things out. All right, I do not want, we have to fix these a little bit because we do not, well, that poor lady's head's going to get covered up, but that's okay. I didn't want those 2 to be even, right? They were a little bit too even. I really didn't want them to be side by side like that. Oh, we can fit this man in maybe. This is the, I don't think he'll fit. That's the, I don't mean to throw him. He is the CEO, the United Healthcare CEO that was murdered. That's just, one of the things that was in the news. I don't mean to, why do you feel like I have to keep apologizing? I do not mean to make light of that. I was not making light of that. Oh, now I've got this big space right there, right? That doesn't work. So we need to keep kind of moving things around a little bit. I don't want to, I'd still like that to be kind of nestled together there. Nestled. Just don't mind me. I'm just moving. That was the silence, right? That's what it would sound like if I was not, that's what it would sound like if I was not constantly telling you what's in my head, what my head is thinking, verbalizing that. All right. Ooh, we still have this big space there. I don't like that big space there. Don't like that big space there. Okay, we need something else to go right in here. We don't want that for one good day. We don't want that. We want, this makes me smile. Nothing on that side makes me smile. I mean, I'm not a huge Beyonce fan, so that doesn't really work. Let's look at some more of our, it's not my life. Definitely not my life. Remember, we may end up, oops, that guy doesn't belong there. We may end up pulling some more, way to go. Also does not really work. We will be using In the Record. We've used In the Record, I think, twice so far, and we will be using it a couple more times over the next couple of weeks because there's just really good neutral artwork and sayings that work for some of our lists this time of year. So I did just add a number of things back in stock on the website that were out of stock. So if you'd been waiting or watching or missing, if you had missed out on any of the For the Record things, most of those are back in stock. All right, so let's look and see what else we could pull in. Anything in there? Probably not. Those numbers will come in handy. We will use, probably use those numbers again. Let's look at this one. This is real life. Oh, look, we kind of have the real life thing again, right? Maybe, let's see, does this work on here somewhere? How about here? So what I was struggling there was this space and then kind of continuing into that space right there. Well, we just filled that up. So we're just kind of making a collage here, right? And then we can also build in words, obviously we'll be writing, and then maybe even some other stamps. So let's get these adhered. I'm going to grab a tool. I'm going to try something. I think I've used this before on photos. Let's use it on this one and see. I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. That's dirty. So if I pull up, let me grab a clean piece of this. I'll explain what I'm doing in a minute. Well, I'll explain what I'm doing now. I am using highlighter tape, and I'm testing it right now because I'm testing it to see if I can put highlighter tape temporarily on those things. But if I put it on a photo, I don't want to put it on a photo. Depending on how you are printing your photos, whether you're printing them at home or whether you are having them processed or printed somewhere. Highlighter tape is a repositionable, removable tape that you can put on things and then lift them off again. I was testing to see what would happen if I put that on a photo, and you can kind of see it's pulling off some of the ink from the print. So we don't want to do that. The reason why you might want to use highlighter tape is so that when you get things kind of where you want them, sometimes you need, sometimes it's easier if you can be able to group them together and pick them up as one, where you have them laid or placed, as opposed to picking each of them up individually. And you can do that with the highlighter tape because it's removable and repositionable. You can, I wanted to do the other one first. You can, that's too close to the center. Okay, hang on. We'll put this guy down first. Pick them up and group them and place them back down together. So this is what I mean. Let me show you an example. Let's say I wanted to make a little cluster, and I had this little cluster laid out down below on my project, and I wanted to do this, and I wanted to do that, and then I wanted to add this little guy up here. And I spend a few minutes trying to get it exactly the way that I would like it to look. Let's just pretend that that's what it is. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. That's exactly where I want it. And then I go, well, shoot, now I have it exactly where I want it, but now I have to pick all those pieces up, and they're not going to be exactly where I wanted them. So how am I going to do that? You could use something like a highlighter tape. So highlighter tape, removable, repositionable. You can continue to reuse it. That's why I have a bunch of mine just on that little device. But I'm going to use that removable, repositionable tape to temporarily take those three pieces and make them one. All right, so now they're one piece. Now I can, now I would come in and put my adhesive back there, adhesive here. So at least those two pieces would be together. And then I'd have to still come in. Well, I could put my little glue pen right underneath there, get that all adhered, and then lift that tape up. And then I kind of haven't had to rework all of my placements. Sometimes it takes you a while to get your layers looking, even and exactly how you want them. So I was thinking I could do that with that highlighter tape, but I needed to test it with the photos, and we found out we can't do it with the photo, right? At least with how I print my photos. I print my photos with the Epson PictureMate PM400, so that ink was coming off when I pulled up that tape. But it works on everything. I mean, it works on your die cuts. It works on paper. It's called a highlighter tape because it's meant to be used with. It is meant to be used like with a textbook. So if you're in school and you are like reading your textbook and taking notes, or maybe even just a book that you're reading, right? Maybe even just a book that you're reading, and you want to highlight, but you don't want to make it permanent. That highlighter tape is just like using a highlighter, but it's removable and repositionable. So maybe you're checking out a book from the library and you're reading the book and you want to highlight things and make notes and things like that, but eventually it needs to go back to the library. Well, you could use your highlighter tape to do that. All right. I've got this little guy. And then all of my words will just work their way around. They'll kind of they'll fill in the gaps. They will fill in the gaps. Denise, I am going to, I just saw a question that Denise had posed for Amy, and I will read it out loud. Denise said, Amy, do you have any idea when the Alepi clips will be back in stock? Every time I look, they are out of stock. So the Alepi clips, they are amazing clips. They are powder coated metal. They're beautiful. They are made in Italy. I'll pull one out here in a second and show you. Whoopsie. They are handmade. Well, handmade. They're hand. Oh my gosh, powder coated. They're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Made from Italy. Made in Italy. The problem with them is they are super popular. It's a super popular product in the stationery world. And so, because they're imported from Italy, they take a while to come back into stock. So the person that, the business that I ordered them from, we placed a reorder. So we ordered probably not as heavy as I should have the first time. And then we placed a reorder, and we thought we placed a reorder for plenty. We did not. I shouldn't say we, because Amy's like, you know what? You should order more. You should order more. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, we're fine. And then, of course, we sold out right away again. So let me just show you so you know what we're talking about. These are a couple of, I just have smaller sizes up here. I've got different sizes downstairs, but these are super heavy duty metal clips that are powder coated. They come in a whole bunch of different colors. They come in 3 sizes. This is the small, there's a medium, and there's a large. I use these when I'm working in my traveler's notebook sometimes. Sometimes you need the pages to kind of be able to lay flat. But they're super popular. They are on reorder. They're on back order. They're on reorder. More are coming in. Bottom line, I don't think we know when they're coming back in yet. So best thing to do, the best thing to do, friends, if you are waiting for something to come back in stock, is to go to the website, go to my website at lailbymail.com and click on the product. And then there is a little red button that says email me when available. What happens there is when the inventory gets added back into stock, the process is automatic. It goes and it looks for whoever has said, email me when the product comes back in, and it sends you an email. That is the best way to be notified if you've been waiting for something to come back in stock. As long as you're on it and then you go order it right then or go add to your cart and check out, then you should have a pretty good chance of, of getting it. That's such a hard thing. You never know. And I think there are 9 different colors and here's the deal. There's 9 different colors. There are 3 sizes. So basically that's, I just had one of each, that would be 27 pieces. So there's a lot of pieces when we are ordering and bringing them in. We'll just continue to reorder and reorder, but they'll be back. They will be back. I just saw somebody ask about the the stand for my Easy Runner Grand. That is on the website. Oh, good. Amy just added that. Thanks, Amy. But that stand is, I put it in backwards, but that. So then it's just kind of there. It's there and it's nice and it's standing. That's one of those nice to have tools, right? You can certainly work without it, but it's a nice to have, that's for sure. I would say the biggest nice to have for me personally of having that is that it's not laying flat. And sometimes when things are laying flat in this cyclone, they end up off to the side and on the floor. And on the floor. So that is generally not a good thing, right? We don't want that to happen. Okay, so we're doing our news right there. And so, right there? No, we're going to do our news right here. I think we'll just do that in black just because it's just, there's a lot of different color happening in there. We have some red. We have those two that I kind of picked in there. But one of the hardest things, at least for me personally, when I'm doing it in the news list is the color. Because there's so much color and we've got, it's just, there's a lot of color, lots of different colors. So it's always a little bit of a little, kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot, but we'll use black and then that will help to kind of ground it. I need, let's put that back. I need a stamping block. Stamping block. Okay. Oopsie. Where is my small one? I must not have put it away. I have a smaller size than that. Where? Sometimes I can't see it because it's clear. Oh, here it is. There it is. See, because it's clear. Does that one fit? Oh, it does. It's just, again, I could have used that stamping block. It's just right side. So it's a lot easier to, I find, me personally, I find it's a lot easier to work. The smallest stamp block I can work with, the better. That fits the stamp. All right. Let's get this tested. Make sure, because this is a, this stamp has more surface area to it. So we want to make sure that there's nothing like a big old hair in there. Like that, that is going to prevent the ink from adhering, right? All right, so I just need to add more ink when I go ahead and stamp here. But that is the prime reason why whenever I'm getting ready to stamp, I will always look to see what happened before. Because if I had done a list right here directly on the page, the shadowing would be crazy, right? Because it's such a bold stamp, right? Now this is really thin paper. My inserts have really nice thick paper, but sometimes it's just, you can't avoid shadowing. All right, I will tell you, if you've been waiting for these to come back in stock, these are back in stock. They just arrived yesterday, January 3rd. Those have been back ordered forever and a day. This is that VersaFine Clair. Let me just put this like on, I don't want to put it on something that will, here we go. That VersaFine Clair is, that is the only black stamping ink I use. I love it. It is a pigment-based ink, so it is super nice. I call it juicy. It just has really good coverage. I like a really nice, solid stamped impression, and that gives me that. Pull this a little bit closer to me so I can see the line there to kind of try to line it up. Oopsie, I twisted it a little bit right before I put it down. RSAP said, I like how you tried crooked picks. I was like, nope, not for me. Then I look up for my layout and they are all nice and straight. Yeah, so you just know, right? I'm like, oh, I can, yeah, no, not gonna work. I know me, I know my style. I know that is not going to work. So that is a little bit blurry. I pressed down a little bit too hard on that. It's okay, it is what it is. I'm not going to fix it, but I applied a little bit too much pressure. So you can see where the E is a little bit, you see how the E is a little bit blurred down in kind of that thin part? That's because I pressed down a little bit too hard. And that is a brand new ink block. And so it's also a little bit juicy. So I should have been paying more attention to what I was doing because I knew that, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's a pretty bold news, isn't it? That's pretty bold. I think what I might do here, just to give a little bit more structure to things, I don't know. I'll probably end up not liking this, but that's okay. There's going to be a lot of black on this list. In the news is just hard, right? I mean, I guess I couldn't care and put rainbows and butterflies and all different kinds of things like that. I probably should just start doing that because I always feel like my in the news lists are very I don't know, like very primary colors, because that's what you see in that's what you see often in that's what you see often in my gosh, Lael, something else is going through my head right now. So that's my problem. That's what you see in the photos. More colors like that, right? So now, if we've done that, I don't know. We'll keep going. Of course, we'll keep going. Amy, if you're still there, that's what I was thinking, is that I probably need to look. I need to look at the idea book and see if I had last year, if we included the December list after the fact. If that makes sense, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know. No, I feel like we need to keep doing that. And so now is where the wheels may fall off the bus. Yep, the wheels just fell off the bus. It's okay. That one, we're gonna have to do it all. It's okay. No, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna do that again, because then I'm just I'm just prolonging whatever I started there. All right, so let's start making our news things. Let's start making our news things. I need a bullet stamp. Let's see what we want to use. Jesse, how did you print all the photos small with white backgrounds on your PM400? Jesse, go to laelbymail.com and click on free classes. There is a video that you'll find there where I tell you all of the ins and outs of things that you can do with the Epson Creative Print app using your Epson PictureMate PM400. I show you exactly what to do. Not iPrint. It's not iPrint, Denise. It is the Epson Creative Print app. I mean, I don't mean to correct you, but I just want to make sure Jesse knows what I used. I'm sure you can use different things, but that's what I used. All right, I think since we've kind of had this square thing going here, let's use the square. Let's use the square. I don't even know if I've ever used the square bullet stamp from Bullets and More. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Do you guys, that just remind me of something. There's someone I follow on Instagram called, I think it's called Butterworth Days. Do you know that? When I say that, does that ring a bell to you? Butterworth Days? I think it's Butterworth Days. Anyhow, when I say, let's try it. If you follow that guy, you know exactly what I mean when I say, let's try it. Let's try it. He's quite amusing. All right. Thank you, Amy, for, thank you for putting that in there. All right, friends, so what do we have for in the news? Golly, this is just very dark. What do we have in the news on our list for in the news for the month of December? Remember, just the facts. Oh, Ms. L, I love him, yes. I can't, I'll put it in the Facebook group when we're done. If you're on Instagram and you guys want to, it's very wholesome. He does the things with his kids, and it's very cute. He's very funny. All right. So, just the facts, no commentary with this. President Biden pardons his son, Hunter. Okay, next up. Ooh, whoopsie, what did I do there? Golly. Let's just fix that. Because it's black, I can just draw the rest of that in. No one will ever know I did that. Billboard names Beyonce as the greatest pop star of the 20th century. That's a pretty big naming, right? That's a pretty big naming. Taylor Swift, while we're at it, we might as well put both of those together. Taylor Swift was named Spotify's most streamed artist worldwide. Okay. Continuing on in the news for the month of December. Oh, that was also for the second year in the row. The CEO of United Healthcare was murdered. Well, on here, I'm going to write December 2024. All right. Continuing along, Butterworth Day, Butterworth de syrup, right? I always think it's days, but it's not. Butterworth de syrup. If you are on Instagram, I would highly recommend, if it's just fun. It's just all in good fun. I would recommend that you follow Butterworth de syrup. It's good. It's good. All right. Thank you, Ms. L, for putting that in there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, what else do we have here? Was murdered. I was going to put, you know what? I don't need to give any more attention to the guy that did that. Bitcoin, if you follow that, I don't, but it was news. Bitcoin surpasses, I'm just going to say hit, because I only have room for 100K. So, newsworthy, apparently. Here's a kind of a different one. Pantone named the color of the year, which is for the year 2025, but they did it in December. It is called Mocha Mousse. Mocha Mousse, which is a brown color. Hello, Vicky. It's going well. You're back. What do you see? You see that? What do you see? Tyler Butterworth. Hi, Marilee. You watch him too. I love that. I love that. Yes, he's quite funny. I wonder why it's called Butterworth de syrup then. Butterworth makes sense. All right. Oh, I get it. Like Butterworth de syrup, like Butterworth the syrup, but maybe he's saying Butterworth de syrup and like his name. Okay, I bet that's it. I get it. I get it. Vicky was checking to see if Lael was done so I could message her. You can still message me, Vicky. I just won't see it. I mean, I won't be able to get back to you till I'm done, obviously. But you can. Jimmy Carter died. If you are not from the U.S., and don't know, Jimmy Carter was one of our past presidents, and he actually in November, he was on my list in November in the news because he in November turned 100, and that was he was like the oldest living president to hit 100, but he just recently passed away. Let's see, how much room do I have left? Let's see. All right. Nancy Pelosi fell and broke her hip in Luxembourg. She was our former Speaker of the House in the US, Luxembourg. Okay, another newsworthy item. The largest Amazon strike in history. Amazon workers. Along those same lines, in December, the Canadian Postal Service strike ended. All right, we're just about done here, friends. We're just wrapping up. So let's see what else I have on my list. Just a couple more things. Notre Dame. Notre Dame. The Notre Dame Cathedral reopens after 5 years following a devastating fire. Nick and I will be in Paris very briefly in August on our way somewhere else, and we'll be there for about a day and a half. So we're very excited that we can go see that now that it's been reopened. Lots of political unrest. In South Korea. There were impeachments and then new person, then impossible impeachments and lots of things. I just pay a little bit of attention to that. The lady that does my nails is from South Korea. So when I see her, we generally talk about those things, and it's made the news quite a bit recently. All right. So that is the last thing on my list. Now, there may be other things that happened in the news. You're like, Lil, what about this? And either it didn't hit my radar or I forgot it. So that is kind of a summary, not summary, that is in the news list that we usually do once a month. We've got a couple that we do once a month. We do about last month and we do in the news. We always are doing those every month. There are some that we do every quarter. There are some that we do a couple times a year. There are some that we do annually. It just kind of depends. So I have a little bit more room here. I would like to look at the, okay, interesting. Oh, okay. So I purposefully didn't try to do a lot of stamping on this page because I knew we didn't want to have ghosting over here. And then I went, oh gosh, I used all those black squares, but it was okay. You see no ghosting, no ghosting. My inserts are pretty nice quality. I'm going to say they're very nice quality, but something like that, like right, that you can't get away from. I mean, that is dark black and it is a very solid stamp. And so you're going to see ghosting there. So you just put something over it. All right, one more we've got a little place here. What should we do? What's happening lately? Breaking news, latest news. Here's the story. Newsworthy, just the facts. I feel like what's happening lately would go there very well. So on that in the news stamp set, there are also these little kind of word strips, like word strip stamps. So that one says what's happening lately. No, that is not just specific to in the news, right? You could pretty much put that on anything. That is a very juicy stamp block. And I am barely stamping and it's still juicy. So I'm going to be very gentle there. It is juicy, juicy. Ooh, I better do something really quick. Before I stamp right here, I am going to run into a lot of dimension there. And so I want to use my pencil board. My pencil board is basically going to give me a flat surface to stamp on. So I'm not going to run into those little pieces there. Okay, maybe that works. Maybe I just needed to stamp a couple times. Oh, well, that's okay. So that was like a third generation stamp. I stamped it once and stamped it again. And I'm like, oh, that's good. There's not as much ink. I stamped it again and now it's a little faint, but that's okay. All right, so that is my third list for the day. That is in the news for the month of December. All right, friends, I feel like I've missed so many things. I feel like I've missed so much stuff in the, I feel like I missed so much stuff in the chat, but lots of times I do. Do I have a link for the star stamp? The star stamp, let's make sure this is the one that you are asking for. I think it is this one, CK Art. Yep, that Bulletin More 3 that has that little circle star stamp. That's where that one came from. All right, friends. And Jackie said ghosting doesn't bother me. Yeah, you know what? And that's here's the thing. Sometimes what you get when you are working with different medium, like ink, I call a pigment-based ink more of a juicy ink because it's just a little bit more pigmented. Or if you're using watercolor, or I mean, different things are going to cause different effects on your projects. But if you don't mind ghosting, then good. It's just, I like to make sure you guys are aware. I want you to make sure you're thinking about things before you do something, because sometimes I've gotten in trouble by not thinking about things. Sometimes you guys have emailed me and said, oh my gosh, I know you told us, but I did this, and then it completely ruined what I'd already done here. So I just like to point things like that out. When you visit Notre Dame, don't slide across the pews. Oh, got a huge splinter on her bum. Had to go to the hospital. Oh my goodness, Tammy. Oh, I will remember that one. I'm going to remember that one. And I'll be a nice wife and tell Nick not to do that either, okay? I'll be a nice wife and tell him not to do that. All right, friends, I'm going to rotate the camera, okay? We'll say our goodbyes. We will say our goodbyes for today. So if you missed it earlier, we have 2 giveaways. We did one live. The second giveaway, you participate in that, moving the camera, hang tight. You participate in that by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. Ooh, we've got lots of different angles going on there. Leaving a comment on the video when it's over. So as soon as this video is over, anytime between when it's over and when we start next Saturday is the 11th, leave a comment, and right before we start next Saturday, I will draw a random lucky winner to win. Guess who's sleeping on it? Not Nick, the cat. Reggie is sleeping on the Listing with Lael workbook. So there's a brand new version, a brand new iteration of the Listing with Lael workbook, and it's a different version, but similar to what I use to plan all of our listing sessions. That's fun, you guys. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. If you joined me, you've never joined before, welcome. So fun to have you here. If you've been with me in the past and are dipping your toe back in today, welcome. It's nice to see you again. I know a lot of times we have lots of things that we want to do, and when we start the new year, we get really excited and energized. So I think some of you are here for that because you're like, yes, I'm going to do it this year. I'm going to start listing. I'm going to give myself permission, time to create, right? And that's really what this is. This is me giving myself permission, time to create, just for the sake of creating. And I hope that that's something that you can work into your life too. If you like to create it, if it fills your cup, then you need to give yourself permission to do that, right? So maybe that's one of your goals when we start talking about things you want to focus on, not goals, things you want to focus on for 2025. Maybe that's giving yourself permission to do things like permission to create, or permission to have another chocolate, or whatever it is, whatever you want to give yourself permission to do. Let's see. Be safe. Yes, weather, guys, weather. Judy, I love that. Judy said, that's me. I'm doing it this year. I hopefully next week, you guys, crossing fingers, I will have that free class that I talked about at the beginning, that I'm basically going to take your hand, and if you have wanted to start listing, I will take you by the hand and help you, give you some ideas on what to start with, maybe some basic tools that you need to get started, different things that you could use your traveler's notebook for, different list items, I mean, all kinds of different things like that. So that is coming. And hopefully next week, which would be like the week of January 6th, 2025. Okay, friends, I think that's all. Just wanted to double check the chat really quick to make sure I didn't miss anything. I know there's a ton of stuff that I missed as I'm working. Sometimes I can look up, sometimes I get too involved in what I'm doing. So if I miss something, apologies. You can always reach me on my website if you go to laelbymail.com and click contact us. Couple housekeeping things. The season pass is shipping, has been shipping. I will start to use parts of the season pass in the next couple of weeks, and you will see me use that on 1 or 2 lists a month. Okay, so if you figure we do about 12 lists a month, usually about 3, 4 or 5 times a month, so 12 to 15 times a month, you will see me use Season Pass, the product from that kit, once or twice a month. So we'll just kind of roll that into what I'm doing. The 2025 Year in Review Project Kit is available for pre-order now on the website. It is shipping mid-January, so right around the 15th. And then also look forward to the 15th, because on the 15th, 5 new stamp sets, 2 new coordinating dies, which I think you're going to love, and then 2 new sizes. One of them is totally different of the craft storage pouches. So lots of fun things coming, and that's just January. That's just January. So many fun things coming for the year. So very excited about it, and excited to have you joining me today, and excited to have you guys, those of you back that maybe haven't been for a while, because you are you're giving yourself permission this year to play, which I think is super important. Okay, friends, thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, what's new Wednesday? On Wednesday, the 8th. So watch for an email about that. Bye, guys. Bye.